Chapter 1332. The blood demons were all Millennium Snappers. At this moment, Han Fei hooked Yang Qing with the void lines and sucked her soul. In the end, there was not even 100 points, only a few dozen points. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he had to find a strong opponent. Yang Qing was slaughtered in an instant, which shocked Yunchu and Changshuiken. It was too fast. Han Fei didn't even give Yang Qing a chance to react. In an instant, the battle was over. It seemed to be stronger than when it fought against the Ichthyosaur King previously. It also showed that the Fish Dragon King wouldn't be any better than Yang Qing if it didn't have the closed distance technique. Just like Tang, you could only escape after being crushed by Han Fei. 30 seconds later, after Han Fei killed another half-mermaid, he didn't immediately go to the people of the Bai Bei royal city. Just now, the figure in the tomb said that there was some dragon energy on this island that he could benefit from. Han Fei didn't know what level that person was at. However, he had never heard of a dragon. So far, he had only seen the soul of an azure dragon once. However, that person undoubtedly gave Han Fei a message. On this island, not only him, but also the dead azure dragon. Otherwise, if that thing was alive, he wouldn't be able to get it with his small arms and legs. That person wouldn't let him get it. Therefore, that person must have told him this information only because he was a human being. This was his unique opportunity, and others didn't have this kind of treatment. Han Fei stood outside the wasteland, closed his eyes, and sensed carefully. For a moment, he found that there were as many as 5 people nearby. Among them, there were at least 2 blood demons. But in addition to these people, Han Fei also perceived as many as 7 or 8 special places on this island. For example, there seemed to be a huge amount of energy on his left side. For example, right in front of him, there seemed to be abundant spiritual energy. However, there seemed to be a kind of sweetness, like in the direction of the spiritual orchard. There seemed to be a special spiritual fruit. Another example, Han Fei felt that there was great danger in front of him. Besides, the water vapor there was thick, which was naturally the big river on this island. And so on. Han Fei felt that there were countless treasures on this island. If he could obtain all of them, he would definitely be able to make a fortune. If he were to explore the island alone, Han Fei felt that he would definitely explore them one by one. However, the current conditions did not allow it. He had already returned, and his performance was quite strong. He might not leave the stage early. However, if she kept slaughtering others, the Life Queen might be threatened by the other 2 kings. Moreover, 2 days had already passed since the trial. Treasure hunting required time. There was no such thing as leaving a treasure on the ground and waiting for someone to pick it up. Therefore, an idea popped up in Han Fei's mind. Find the dragon Qi first. If there was enough time, he would let the others dig for fortuitous encounters first. He would wait for them to dig up the fortuitous opportunity before he went hunting. How convenient would that be? However, Han Fei had only felt the dragon might, but he didn't know what the dragon essence Qi was. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, do you know what dragon origin Qi is?" The old turtle replied, "I don't know. I have never had any dealings with the dragon race. During my era, the dragon clan did not participate in the Great Era." Han Fei took a look. Even the old turtle didn't know about the dragon clan, so how could the Life Queen know? The Life Queen should have become a king after the Age of Doom. She probably didn't know about the things that happened even before that. At this moment, the Life Queen was in contact with Bai Sujin's family in the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei asked. Sure enough, the Life Queen didn't know anything about this. She had never seen the so-called dragon clan. Han Fei wanted to find out where the dragon might was on this island. He couldn't feel this kind of power at all. His mind was blank, and he couldn't find it at all. After a while, Han Fei chose 3 places. One of them was the enormous river. The length of the river occupied 1/3 of the island, about 6,000 kilometers long, and its width varied from hundreds to thousands of kilometers. Such a huge area could be said to be the most dangerous place on this island, where danger could be hidden everywhere. The dragon essence was probably somewhere in that place. Because it was dangerous, it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. The other was a place filled with a deathly aura. It gave people an extremely gloomy feeling, and there should be undead creatures living there. Han Fei could directly feel it through Little White. Just like this grassland, the barren graves were hidden, and there were mysteries inside. The last one was actually just a thought from Han Fei. Because of the fusion of Little Black and Little White, Han Fei vaguely felt that in the east, there seemed to be some power attracting him, but he wasn't sure what it was. 2 hours later, Han Fei stood by the river. He had already canceled the fusion and let Little White appear. Little White said, "Dad, it's so dangerous here." Han Fei smiled and said, "Daughter, can you feel that there is a particularly high-level power here?" Little White said, "I don't think so." The old turtle said, "It shouldn't be here. Think about it. This big river is like a sea, and there must be thousands of creatures living in it. If the dragon essence was here, it would have been absorbed by other creatures after the baptism of the endless water and moon." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "You mean it's a place where no one goes?" The old turtle said, "If it were me, I would at least not allow any creature to see my burial place." Han Fei thought that's right. So he directly abandoned the river and spent a full 5 hours crossing the swamp and coming to a canyon full of dead air. Outside, the insect king was a little confused. What is Han Fei looking for? From the grassland from before until now. Han Fei did nothing except killing 2 heavenly talents from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the White Armor Emperor hadn't been seriously injured, and if the one from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City hadn't never gone out, the Life Queen probably wouldn't have let Han Fei enter this time. In addition to saving Han Fei from the White Shell Royal City, everyone certainly hoped that Han Fei could defeat the heavenly talents of the 2 royal cities. As long as these people didn't die, they would basically become venerables in the future. At the very least, they would be half venerables. If a group of them were killed at this time, it could be said that the real heavenly talents of this generation in the 2 royal cities were killed. There would be a gap in the supply of strong masters. However, Han Fei didn't care about those people at all. He seemed to be looking for something. When he arrived at the riverside, he didn't even bother to explore. He immediately left and went to the canyon that was filled with undead creatures. The Insect King felt that Han Fei must have discovered some secret. As a result, he had lost interest in killing the heavenly talents of the 2 royal cities. And this time he was looking for that secret. Since the Insect King could see it, so could the others. Chang Shuai-Qin frowned and looked calmly in the direction where Zhang Xiaotian was. It was a mountain range in the east, where exotic beasts ran rampant. Zhang Xiaotian fought all the way and had killed more than 100 enemies. As early as when they explored this island, the first exploration was Chang Shuai-Qin's responsibility. At that time, there were several hidden forces that quickly disappeared. One of them seemed to be glowing, which seemed to be the symbol of a heaven and earth spiritual treasure. However, that spiritual treasure seemed to have intelligence and knew that a strong master was coming, so it immediately disappeared. No matter how Chang Shuai-Qin searched, he couldn't find anything. Therefore, Chang Shuai-Qin secretly gave this opportunity to Zhang Xiaotian. At that time, he thought about the Fish Dragon King, but compared to Zhang Xiaotian, the Fish Dragon King wasn't steady enough. Its talent was a little bit worse, and its temper was even worse. In general, the Fish Dragon King was much worse than Zhang Xiaotian, who was steady and tough. Therefore, Chang Shuai-Qin naturally put his bet on Zhang Xiaotian. At this moment, Han Fei's search made Chang Shuai-Qin feel a little uncomfortable. The resources on this island were already rich enough. However, Han Fei didn't even look at it. What was he looking for? The Death Canyon. Han Fei had a bad feeling as soon as he arrived here. because there were corpses everywhere and dry bones were everywhere. In the canyon, the wind seemed to be howling. The blue and red flames that flickered in the air were much more terrifying than the so-called will-o'-the-wisps. At this moment, Han Fei felt the ground shaking as soon as he landed. Those corpses were piecing together. This scene reminded Han Fei of the boneyard. However, different from the boneyard, Han Fei saw that there were corpses with crystal bones standing up. Swish! A white light flashed in front of him, and Han Fei punched out with a golden light in his hand. With a loud bang, a skeleton was blown away by Han Fei. However, the crystal white bones didn't break at all. Han Fei asked, "What kind of bones are these? Why are they so hard?" The old turtle nodded. This means that he was very strong before he died. Han Fei pointed at the dense thousands of corpses in front of him and said helplessly, "You mean these corpses were very strong when they were alive?" The old turtle nodded. "Yes." Han Fei scoffed. "This is a headache. I can only fight my way through." "Huh." Bam. 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 Han Fei roared and rushed out. However, in the depths of the canyon, there was a long-haired woman with smooth skin, holding a small round instrument in her hand, looking in Han Fei's direction. The woman's eyes were hollow, and she seemed a little unhappy to see Han Fei rushing all the way with the King Kong Phantom like a barbarian. She slightly wrinkled her nose. She flicked her fingers, and 4 skeletons with a faint golden light slowly climbed up from a pile of abandoned bones and wobbled towards Han Fei. After doing this, the woman glanced at the sky with her hollow eyes and slowly said, "The death forbidden zone. No living beings can enter." Chapter 1333. This canyon had been discovered a long time ago. But why did this long-haired woman still show up? The main reason was that there was an abyss cave in this death canyon. Even the venerables couldn't see through it. The White Armor Emperor once said that this place might lead to the Wall of Death. With that said, naturally no one wanted to go. Therefore, if someone chose this death canyon, Chang Shui-Qin and the others would definitely say something. If they had no choice, when they really came to this place, they would also feel that this place was extremely difficult and retreat. However, was Han Fei the kind of person who would retreat? In terms of physique alone, Han Fei was already among the top few in the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven. In these 2 waters, Han Fei could basically break through most of the dangerous forbidden areas. Of course, there were very few places that were particularly dangerous, but Han Fei was not stupid and wouldn't rashly go there. At this moment, Han Fei's fists were like stars, bursting with dazzling golden light in the canyon. The invincible fist mark completely ignored these fast and terrifying skeletons. Although there were big skeletal hands reaching out from time to time under his feet, like life-taking palms stretching out from hell, there are 2 arrays rising on Han Fei's body all the time. The soul-driving array and the coiled turtle array never stopped. In addition, the infinity water was like flying locusts. Therefore, there was not a single skeleton that could really shake Han Fei. Just when Han Fei felt that he could quickly rush to the depths of this canyon, he heard a clanging sound. This sound was slightly different from the previous collisions. It was more crisp, as if the infinity water had met a well-matched opponent. In this sea of white bones, Han Fei quickly found a few extraordinary skeletons. When Han Fei saw these skeletons, he was shocked. For pale, golden skeletons. What do they mean? Before Han Fei asked, he heard the old turtle say, half-golden bodies. These 4 people were 4 venerables when they were alive. They have condensed, half-golden bodies. Even after such a long time, their golden bodies still have luster, which means that they were at least high-level venerables when they were alive. Wow. Han Fei couldn't help but say, really? The Wall of Death is already so terrifying. There are so many withered venerables on this island. Are there kings hiding among them? The old turtle said, "There might not be kings hiding here, but there are definitely venerable ones. These 4 skeletons are not the key. I have a feeling that there are other creatures watching this place." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Not only did the old turtle have this feeling, but he also had this feeling. From the moment he stepped into the Death Canyon, he felt goosebumps all over his body as if he was being watched. Han Fei suddenly thought of the dragon soul he had seen in the ideal palace. He couldn't help but say, could it be that there is still a trace of the dragon's soul left in that so-called dragon origin chi? The old turtle said, I have never seen a dragon, so I don't know. However, the thing that was spying on us should be in the depths of the canyon. It was just that there seemed to be a seal blocking his perception. If we defeat these four, we should be able to see it. Han Fei rolled his eyes. As you said, these are four venerables. The old tortoise said, after so many years, my golden body has degenerated. You're also a half-step golden body. What's there to be afraid of? Roar! Under the impact of the infinity water, four bright golden skeletons charged at him at an even faster speed. Swoosh! Holding Snowmorn, Han Fei smashed it down, trying to kill one of them first. However, one of the skeletons clenched its fists and stomped on the ground, pushing it out. Clang! A terrifying sword intent swept across 1,000 meters. Hundreds of holes appeared on the ground from the impact of the sword intent that spread out from this strike. In fact, there were even a few skeletons nearby that had been crushed. Of course, the four golden skeletons were fine. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was greatly shocked. Was this the power of a golden body? His full-strength attack was blocked by a golden body after one attack? The old turtle said, just look at your own physique and you'll know. Your bones aren't any weaker than yours. Do you think you can kill yourself with one attack? Han Fei said, I'm stronger than them. My body is still intact, but it's not just a golden body. My body is indestructible too. Bam! 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 Han Fei recalled Snowmorn and crashed into the four golden body holes in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Han Fei's body flickered. With the heavenly illusionary divine technique, he could fight four at once. With the devil change, Han Fei's strength was doubled, and his combat ability was higher than that of the golden bodies. Bam! Bam! Boom! Boom! Every punch hit flesh. In only a few seconds, thousands of fist marks had been punched out. Han Fei punched with both fists ferociously, and the four golden bodies were all blown back. Bam! Han Fei punched the head of one of the skeletons again, sending it flying for almost 100 meters. He left a huge pit in the pile of skeletons. At the same time, several fist marks hit Han Fei. Even though Han Fei had learned melee combat from Ren Tianfei and had the 108 desolate god body, he had to bear the bombardment of the terrifying power even though he was not a human being. However, compared with all kinds of strange combat skills, Han Fei preferred the thrill of punching the flesh. However, he saw him clench a fist and kick out, sending him flying. One of them punched Han Fei in the chest, and Han Fei bumped it with his head. With a dang sound, the skeleton was still sent flying. In the outside world, apart from the Insect King, Yun Chu and Chang Shuiken had never relaxed their brows as they watched the Venerable One. What kind of freakish physique is Han Fei's physique? Those who had become venerable all knew that the difference between a venerable and a venerable was huge. Both the body and the soul would be several times stronger than those in the Tao-seeking state. Even those in the Tao-seeking state who didn't cultivate their physique would become stronger. Once they became venerables, their spiritual energy or demonic energy would be completely liquefied, and their physique would be greatly improved. Some top heavenly talents would even absorb the chaotic energy and begin to transform when they became venerables. At that time, their physique and comprehensive strength would only be stronger, and they would begin to develop toward the golden body realm. Therefore, when they saw the four golden bodies, they couldn't help but be shocked. Being able to cultivate a golden body, they must have been top-level masters. Those venerables hiding in the void were even more speechless. They wondered what kind of physique refining technique did Han Fei cultivate. He can actually fight the 4 golden skeletons at close range without retreating at all. Death Canyon. Huh. After fighting for a while, Han Fei discovered the problem. The frequency of these golden bodies battles was limited. They also needed a huge amount of energy to support them. Otherwise, how could they exert that kind of terrifying attack? Since it was energy, Han Fei opened his mouth like a vortex, and a huge amount of energy gathered in Han Fei's body. Without the support of a huge amount of energy, these golden skeletons were no different from a few iron shelves. Bam! Han Fei punched the sacrificing punch and blew up a golden skeleton. Of course, those bones weren't broken, they were just scattered. Bam! 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 In just half an hour, the 4 golden skeletons were shattered by Han Fei one after another. At that moment, Han Fei found that there were no longer skeletons bombarding him around. In the canyon, skeletons stood there with blue soul fire flapping in their eyes. They seemed to be staring at him, but none of them continued to attack. Perhaps they knew that the tactic of overwhelming Han Fei with numbers wouldn't work. However, the skeletons still made Han Fei's blood freeze. Deep in the canyon, Han Fei didn't retreat and went all the way to the so-called seal. Deep in the canyon, it was like a black, translucent energy shield. However, when Han Fei approached, he saw a pale-faced woman standing on the inner wall of the translucent black seal. The woman was holding a fist-sized, multi-hole device in one hand, and her other hand was pressing on a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, the words Death Valley were engraved. When he saw the woman, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This woman seemed to have flesh and blood on her body. However, he could see the bones inside her through the so-called flesh and blood. In other words, this woman looked like a skeleton with a translucent human skin draped over her. From afar, Han Fei was a little scared. When the words Death Valley were placed in front of him, it was as if the words Gates of Hell were placed in front of him. It was creepy. Han Fei frowned and thought, what should I do? All I met before were skeletons. Now, is this a human or a skeleton? She didn't speak, but it didn't seem simple. The woman said, "The Death Valley is forbidden to the living. If you want to go to the Death Valley, you should abandon your mortal body and become an undead creature. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Han Fei shook his head. "I want to live." The woman looked at Han Fei. "Then let's go back." Han Fei thought to himself, should I fight or not? Han Fei asked, "Miss, may I ask if you know the dragons?" The woman was indifferent to Han Fei's words. "I don't know." Han Fei was puzzled. Is it not here? Or is this woman deceiving me? Logically speaking, the dragon origin Qi should be in the place where the azure dragon died if it wasn't in a place with abundant creatures. According to Little White's perception, this place was the heaviest and evilest place on this island. Han Fei could even see that behind the woman, there was a big hole in the translucent barrier. There must be something extraordinary about it. The old turtle said, "This woman doesn't seem to be weak. I feel that she should be a venerable. However, it seems that she can't leave that seal." Damn it! Han Fei was stunned. Wouldn't she be able to kill him with a slap? However, this woman didn't seem to have any killing intent. Han Fei pondered for a long time. He couldn't go back without knowing anything, could he? What if the dragon origin Qi was here? Han Fei asked, "Are you sure she can't leave that seal?" The old turtle said, "If she could, would you still dare to stand here?" After a long silence, Han Fei suddenly raised his head and said, "Miss, I'm here for an opportunity. Please give me some. Otherwise, I'll be very embarrassed." The woman slightly tilted her head. "What if I don't?" Han Fei's lips twitched. "I'll smash your valley and sweep away the bones outside your seal." Blue light glowed in the woman's eyes, but Han Fei didn't step back. In the end, the woman seemed to think of something and casually threw out the strange porous object in her hand. The woman said, It can ensure that you won't be harmed by the undead creatures. If you don't retreat, let's fight. Chapter 1334. Han Fei didn't expect that the woman would simply throw out the thing in her hand. Originally, Han Fei just wanted to trick the other party. What if the dragon origin Qi was behind her? What if she was the creature guarding the dragon origin Qi? In that case, this woman definitely wouldn't agree to his request. Han Fei felt that there shouldn't be any treasures on this ground except for the big pit in this seal. When he took the small ball and looked at it, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Death Bone Sun Introduction. It's made of a king's bone. Death Soul Flame. Yin Qi. Golden Bone Powder. Immortal Essence Demon. It has the magical power to control some undead creatures. The wearer will be surrounded by death energy and can merge with undead creatures. Playing the Bone Sun can control some undead creatures, which must be judged by the strength of the wearer. Quality, ultra quality divine weapon, attached soul, none effect, can control undead creatures, recastable, unrefined, remarks, can control undead creatures of the same realm or stronger than the wearer. Han Fei was shocked when he saw this thing. This thing turned out to be made of a king's bone. But how could a king's bone only reach the level of an ultra quality divine weapon? Look at her sky dissecting finger, which can kill a venerable with one finger. This Bone Sun doesn't seem to be able to kill a venerable. However, it doesn't seem to be bad, although he didn't seem to have encountered many undead creatures so far. However, undead creatures definitely occupied an important position in this world. Even the patriarch of the Thug clan had turned into an undead creature, which was evident. Holding this Bone Sun, Han Fei actually didn't feel satisfied. He felt that if the other party could casually throw out such an ultra-quality divine weapon to block his footsteps, then wouldn't the thing behind her be even more important? Even the old turtle said, "There must be a big secret here. I feel that there's something strange in the seal. However, why didn't the three kings search it by force? That's a bit strange." Han Fei said, "On this island, everything is extraordinary. God knows what the kings are afraid of. I'll ask my junior sister later. However, I've given this girl her treasure, but I don't want to leave. Shall we find a way to get in?" Suddenly, Han Fei and the woman looked up at Dong Fontaine. The tribulation clouds were thick and heavy. Someone was actually going to undergo tribulation here. Han Fei frowned. There seems to be a little dragon might in that place. At this time, Han Fei finally felt it. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately sensed that dragon might appeared in the east. Han Fei was greatly shocked. The dragon essence, Qi, was really not here. Han Fei quickly looked back. F***CK. Han Fei was shocked to see that. It turned out that under his yin-yang divine eye, the woman had completely turned into a skeleton. However, there were countless soul shadows inside the skeleton. Han Fei immediately felt awful, as if this woman had swallowed countless souls. It looked too evil. The woman turned around and looked at Han Fei. "Let's go." Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "I'm leaving. Bye, miss." Han Fei didn't want to have a conflict with such a weird guy. Seeing that the woman was so reluctant, he didn't know why this island appeared. His current strength was still weak, so it was better not to deal with undead creatures that he didn't know if they could be considered as living beings. Swish! 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 Han Fei quickly left the Death Canyon, turned around, and flew directly east across the sky. Originally, the trial takers on the entire island were consciously gathering to the grassland in the west, causing the overall trend to be to the west. But as soon as the grassland and the barren grave disappeared, the trial takers dispersed again. Previously, because of the abnormal weather, almost half of the trial takers were attracted. Now, the tribulation clouds were thick and spread for thousands of kilometers. Within 10,000 miles, there was a hua-la sound, and a torrential downpour actually began. With such a loud thunder, How could the people on the island not sense it? For a moment, at least 20 people immediately stopped, turned around, and immediately flew in the direction of the heavenly tribulation. They were all top heavenly talents. Everyone here had reached the time to undergo tribulation. However, some people wanted to wait and improve a little. The stronger they were now, the stronger the Tao-seeking state would be. Some people wanted to increase the probability of passing the tribulation. They felt that the tribulation was dangerous and had to be foolproof. However, everyone who had passed the tribulation knew one thing, which was, don't pass the tribulation in the midst of a pack of wolves. Because if someone passed the tribulation by force, it would inevitably cause the heavenly tribulation to be unstable. At that time, the danger would inevitably increase by 30%. At this moment, someone chose to pass the tribulation during the trial. In other people's minds, that person must have thought that he could pass the tribulation without any mistakes. Just the existence of such a treasure land was enough to attract people's attention. Then they thought, why is that person passing the tribulation? Then they realized that this person must have encountered something that he had to pass the tribulation for. On this island, the thing that he had to do with the strength of the Tao-seeking state was definitely a great opportunity. Even Han Fei had the same thought in his mind. Besides, he was even more certain that this great opportunity must have something to do with the dragon origin chi. Han Fei secretly cursed F***ck, so it's in the east. The old turtle said, the strength of this person is not weak. The range of the tribulation cloud is so large, and his talent is actually comparable to yours. Han Fei frowned and said, I know who it is. It's probably not from the Shuemu heaven. The strongest person this time is Han Fei, the insect man. Secondly, the only one in the Bai Bei royal city who can do this is Zhang Xiaotian. Tang Yu, from the Blood Sea Divine, which shouldn't be qualified either. Besides, she has already run away and left the trial. There must not be many people like Tang Yu, and even if there are, there will at most be one more. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. So, the most likely person is Zhang Xiaotian, and at most an unknown person from the Blood Sea Divine city. It must be one of them. Swish! Han Fei swept across the void, and a series of void cracks appeared in the sky. There were 3 cracks almost every kilometer, and at the peak there were even as many as 7 or 8. With such a high frequency of void cracks, even Han Fei had to dodge. However, once he dodged, it would inevitably take him several times longer. Han Fei roared, and a glaring King Kong appeared. The invincible were condensed into a halo and floated on the surface of his body. Under his feet, the coiled turtle array appeared one after another. Swish! Others wouldn't be so crazy. Some venerables thought that Han Fei was crazy. He was accelerating crazily regardless of the consequences. After Han Fei used the Heaven Void Divine Movement Art, his speed had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Coupled with the Devil Change, his speed had already surpassed that of everyone who came to the trial this time. And Han Fei didn't even use the Beast King art. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but that he didn't dare to use it. His speed was already very fast. In a second, hundreds of spatial cracks swept at him, and this was when he tried his best to dodge. However, this was much better than when he came out of the demon's suppressing tower. At that time, there were really dense spatial cracks. Even though he had a strong physique, he was still screaming under the slashes. But even so, Han Fei crossed the void at an incredible speed, which shocked many venerables. In the void outside, someone was surprised. What kind of freakish physique is this kid? Even the 4 golden skeletons can't beat him. Or is it because Han Fei has the advantage of his physique and secret method, so he's not afraid? Even Han Fei couldn't break his golden skeleton. However, it's a bit too much to be able to fly at such a speed on this island. Immediately, Chang Shui Qin shouted in a low voice, "Isn't your Shuemu heaven going too far?" Han Fei's physique has at least reached the peak level of Tao seeking. Isn't it unfair to let such a person enter the trial? In the Blood Sea Divinewood City, Han Fei killed 2 heavenly talents. Tang Yu was also kicked out of the trial and was almost killed by Han Fei. Yun Chu naturally also shouted, "Yes, Han Fei's strength has exceeded the level of this trial. He should withdraw from this trial." Humph! The Insect King snorted coldly. "Do you think we're joking when we withdrew the 10 spots? Han Fei is just fast. If his strength is really at the peak level of Tao seeking, can the people of the Cloud Sea Divinewood City take the Fish Dragon King's life? If he is really that strong, can Tang Yu escape?" Chang Shuai-Chin said, "Han Fei's physique is already invincible. This has nothing to do with his strength, because in this trial, there was simply no one who could kill him. Insect King, do you think this is fair?" The Insect King's voice was heavy. "Our Shuemu heaven has lost 10 people. Why is it unfair to send a heavenly talent with an extremely strong physique? No matter how strong Han Fei is, can he defeat all the enemies at once? It's a question whether he can find a heavenly talent or not. Could it be that just because one's physique is strong, one can't compete for opportunities?" The 3 sides had been arguing for a long time. However, the Insect King didn't make a sound, so this argument was meaningless. On the island, the scope of the heavenly tribulation had been greatly reduced. When Han Fei was halfway there, the first bolt of lightning had already fallen, and the distance between the two was about 5,000 kilometers. Han Fei's face turned cold, and he suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Agility of wind!" Whoop! The phantom glass wings spread out. Although the phantom glass wings were still very useful now, they didn't have that much significance anymore. If Han Fei hadn't obtained the Wind God Pearl, it wouldn't have made a difference whether he had wings or not. But the phantom glass wings had 2 special abilities: unlimited flashing and double speed enhancement. Swish! Han Fei's speed increased several times again. He was no longer flying. In the eyes of others, he was simply courting death. Even though Han Fei's figure had already flashed, he was still dripping with blood. This time he was really cut all over, but the golden blood was hidden by him. Boom! Although Han Fei sprinted desperately, he was still a step too late. Only less than 300 kilometers away, the 3rd bolt of lightning fell. However, just when everyone thought that the tribulation cloud was about to pass, a dragon seemed to turn over in the sky, and the purple lightning reappeared. Han Fei was shocked. Zhang Xiaodian, The 4 Nine Kings Tribulation? Chapter 1335. Not only was Han Fei dumbfounded, but all the other forces were dumbfounded. A few days ago, Han Fei had just passed the 4 Nine Kings Tribulation. Now he was here again. Could it be that all the heavenly talents from the ancient times had started to gather together in just 1 year? Maybe not, but the strength of this generation of heavenly talents was obvious to all. First, Han Fei, needless to say, had already passed the heavenly tribulation. Then there was the Fish Dragon King. Although he didn't pass the 4 Nine Kings Tribulation, he broke into the forbidden trial field of the White Shell Royal City and survived in the Thunder Prison. He had been listed as a core member. Unfortunately, he didn't grow up and died on this island. Now, another heavenly talent appeared in the White Shell Royal City, and Zhang Xiaotian was going to pass the 4 Nine Kings Tribulation. Even Han Fei didn't expect this. How could this guy be so strong? Seeing that the tribulation clouds in the sky had turned purple-red, Han Fei was alarmed. "Old Yuan, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass the 4 Nine Kings Tribulation, right?" The old turtle said, "You're much weaker, and your soul power has been cut in half. Even if you can resist it, you'll definitely be heavily injured. However, if you can really snatch this tribulation, your golden body will probably be able to go further." At that moment, there was no time to think at all. Should he snatch the 4-9 kings' tribulation or not? If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even dare to approach such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, let alone snatch it. A distance of 300 kilometers was already within the range of the 4-9 kings' tribulation. Han Fei only hesitated for a moment before he rushed in. However, the moment he rushed in, Han Fei stomped on the ground. An illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. He stuffed about 10% of the resources in Forge the Universe into the sun-moon shell and threw them into the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei didn't intend to take back the remaining resources. Previously, he had so many resources on him, but after going through the 4-9 monarch's tribulation, he had expended them all, leaving nothing behind. This time, although he was no longer himself, the intensity of the heavenly tribulation would also be redefined according to the people in the range of the heavenly tribulation. There was no doubt that Han Fei, an uninvited guest, would inevitably attract most of the power of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, at this moment, the purple heavenly tribulation paused, and the black cloud suddenly became heavier. The power around the island instantly poured into this place. Boom, boom, boom. For Zhang Xiaotian, the 4-9 monarch tribulations would come one after another. However, facing Han Fei, 3 bolts of purple lightning struck down in an instant. Of course, the power of this purple thunderbolt was not as terrifying as the true 4th thunderbolt. However, the 3 bolts of lightning were actually just to stop Han Fei so that the heavenly tribulation could quickly absorb the energy between heaven and earth and gather stronger power. Beast King Art. Roar. Han Fei roared, put on a battle suit, stepped on the great plate turtle array, and held the embroidery needle in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei's posture was naturally handsome. However, in an instant his skin and flesh were split open, and his body was covered in cracks. 3 bolts of lightning blasted Han Fei into the ground, and the embroidery needle was sent flying more than 100 kilometers away. His middle-grade divine armor melted into molten iron. What formation! What invincible will! What glaring Vajra! All of them disappeared without a trace. However, these efforts were not in vain. Purple electric arcs flashed on the surface of Han Fei's body. Han Fei's chest was heaving up and down as he absorbed the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's body expanded to several times its original size. Han Fei's bones, flesh, and blood felt numb. His meridians were able to withstand the flow of the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power quickly gathered in his meridians and then dissipated in his flesh and bones. Get lost. When Han Fei forcibly withstood the 3 bolts of purple lightning, Zhang Xiaotian was furious. During the 4-9 monarch tribulations, countless people had helped him transcend the heavenly tribulation. He had also crazily polished his foundation and almost suppressed his power to the limit. This time he had a great opportunity. He had just absorbed 30% of it and used it to break through the barrier and transcend the 4-9 monarch tribulations. However, when the 4th bolt of lightning came, Han Fei came. In an instant, he snatched away most of the power of the heavenly tribulation. Although Han Fei snatched away the heavenly tribulation, he was actually helping him transcend the heavenly tribulation. If he couldn't transcend the heavenly tribulation, Zhang Xiaotian would definitely be killed. However, would someone like Zhang Xiaotian be afraid? This was his fortuitous encounter, okay? The heavenly tribulation didn't care who transcended the heavenly tribulation. As long as one transcended the heavenly tribulation, the power of heaven and earth would be injected into his body, and his body would undergo earth-shattering changes. However, the last purple lightning of the 4-9 monarch tribulations was the essence of the heavenly tribulation. How could Zhang Xiaotian tolerate it when Han Fei devoured half of it in one go? Zhang Xiaotian's eyes turned red. In the void, 9 spears pierced through the void. After all, it wasn't an internal battle. The 2 of them were on opposing sides, so Zhang Xiaotian naturally wouldn't hold back. Therefore, he used all 9 blood-colored spears at once. The 9 spears locked onto Han Fei. While Han Fei was resisting the heavenly tribulation, he planned to kill him once and for all. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "No, there's something wrong with this person. Although I admit that this kid is talented, he shouldn't be able to resist the 4-9 monarch tribulations. In this barren land, it's not that no one can resist the 4-9 monarch tribulations. However, their resources were limited, and their defensive methods were limited. They were only able to withstand the 4 in 9 heavenly tribulations. If there aren't enough resources, even you can't do it, how can he do it?" Han Fei felt that he was at the peak of his combat power. At this moment, he roared and punched out the sacrificing punch. The embroidery needles in his hands had been replaced by 2 sledgehammers. Bam! 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 Like a star exploding, the first 4 of the 9 blood-colored spears shattered, unable to resist the sacrificing punch at all. Boom! However, at the 5th spear, it was annihilated at the same time as the sacrificing punch. The 6th spear, along with the aftermath of the battle, arrived in an instant. However, Han Fei had already swung his hammer 5 or 6 times, and a giant hammer smashed down. Bam! The intermediate divine quality sledgehammer in Han Fei's hand exploded in an instant. The 6th blood-colored spear was also smashed. Facing the spinning 7th spear, an array condensed on the other sledgehammer in Han Fei's hand. The coiled turtle array appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body. Bam! The 7th spear shattered. Clank, clank, clank. The 8th spear was about to stab Han Fei's chest. The infinity water crazily blocked in front of Han Fei like a spiral cone. Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand and used the rod as a knife. Clang! Crack! The 8th blood-colored spear still failed. At this moment, all the people watching the battle were shocked. Is he still AF * King Human? He had just been struck by lightning. Now he burst out such a terrifying power. Zhang Xiaotian was the same. These 9 blood-colored spears were not something that any creature below the advanced Tao-seeking state could resist at all. It was really because it was too strong and too piercing. In this way, the 9th blood-colored spear was like a strike when multiple spears were combined into one. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Ninth heaven lightning." In Han Fei's mind, the Tao seed was activated, imagining himself holding a lightning spear and striking with all his strength. In the next moment, a bolt of purple lightning struck down at the same time. Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a purple lightning spear was held in his hand. The spear shot out and hit the 9th blood-colored spear horizontally. With a swish, the space collapsed, filling the space within 300 kilometers. Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. How is it possible? How can you borrow the power of lightning? In the outside world, even the white-armored emperor was shocked. What kind of method is this? Using the King Tribulation as a weapon? Mu Wu Hua, is this Han Fei the reincarnation of that ancient master from your Waterwood heaven? The Life Queen snorted coldly. Is it so hard to admit that Han Fei was stronger than you? Humph, what a joke. You think he's stronger than me? The 4-9 King Tribulations couldn't shake me at all. That being said, the white-armored emperor frowned slightly. This Han Fei's strength seemed to be beyond everyone's imagination. Zhang Xiaotian's King Tribulation was probably not perfect. Rumble. Han Fei just held the thunder spear in his hand and struck out. However, as soon as it struck, an extremely thick lightning bolt fell and directly penetrated his and Zhang Xiaotian's bodies. At that moment, purple lightning burst out between the two of them. Han Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be a wisp of Zhang Xiaotian's soul struggling. Huh. Suddenly the old turtle said, "Not good. This person is the reincarnation of a certain master." Han Fei's hair was all standing up. He could clearly feel that the lightning that fell on him was actually much more powerful than the one that fell on Zhang Xiaotian. Han Fei secretly cursed. "Do you have to talk to me about this now?" At that moment, Han Fei's body was torn apart, his skin was melting, and his hair was evaporating. Even though he was already using the swallowing technique, he still felt that there was terrifying energy inside and outside of his body. Chilla. In Forge the Universe, a tremendous amount of spiritual spring was evaporated, and thousands of spiritual fruits were broken one after another, turning into surging spiritual energy and energy that began to wash Han Fei's body. On the other side, Zhang Xiaotian wasn't any better than Han Fei. Zhang Xiaotian took out a tortoiseshell out of nowhere. There were countless interconnected arrays on the tortoiseshell, which were carved with 1,000 layers of arrays. Even though the formation was shattering at an alarming rate, Zhang Xiaotian seemed to be trying to survive the lightning strike. Han Fei was wrapped in the purple lightning, and some of his bones were exposed. However, the lightning didn't show any signs of stopping. In all directions, the terrifying power was still descending. Under such circumstances, the two of them couldn't even move, let alone fight. In this case, Han Fei simply didn't move. The swallowing technique was absorbing power crazily. The indestructible body was activated. This time it was no longer his flesh and blood that were burning, but his bones. The moment the indestructible body was activated, Han Fei suddenly felt that he had encountered the most terrifying pain in the world. Han Fei felt that his bones seemed to have been pressed into grains of sand. The terrifying spiritual energy and energy were polishing the grains of sand, as if the bones were being disassembled and burned. It was extremely painful. Damn it, it hurts. Chapter 1336. Ren Tianfei, you son of a B***TCH, what kind of **T technique did you create? Han Fei was in so much pain that he began to curse. When he was cultivating the first 4 levels of the indestructible body art, Han Fei felt fine, although it was extremely painful and he wanted to curse countless times. When he was cultivating, he even had a feeling that he wanted to die. However, he had never had such a weird feeling like now. It seemed that his bones were really broken into pieces. The feeling of his bones being squeezed into fine sand, bit by bit, made Han Fei wonder if he could hold it. In addition to the physical pain, the pain in the soul was actually not small at all. After all, Han Fei had cut off half of his soul. Although he wasn't weak in this aspect, it was still a lie to say that he was a peerless genius. At this moment, the demon purification pot began to spin slightly. Last time, the demon purification pot took the initiative to replace Han Fei's spiritual heritage. This time, it seemed that Han Fei could barely bear the power of the 4 Nine Kings tribulation. So the demon purification pot only slightly eased the pain on Han Fei's soul. Other than that, there was no reaction. Compared with Han Fei, who was in pain, Zhang Xiaotian was slightly more comfortable. Of course, this so-called comfort was only relative. For ordinary people, you were already a heavenly talent, so you should be strong. In fact, the so-called peerless heavenly talent was just what others said and had no real meaning. However, it was just a form of address. Ordinary people only saw how talented the heavenly talents were, but they didn't see that they were also struggling to move forward carefully. Even a reincarnated body like Zhang Xiaotian had prepared countless treasures when dealing with the 4 Nine Kings tribulation. For example, that tortoise shell from before. That chain of thousands of spirit formations was not something that an ordinary person could do. Han Fei also saw that this Zhang Xiaotian had always been a guy who pretended to be weak. That tortoise shell array couldn't have been carved for him by others. This kind of trump card must have been drawn bit by himself and wouldn't have told anyone else. Therefore, this Zhang Xiaotian was actually an array master. His array ability shouldn't be weaker than Han Fei's. If he had enough time to prepare, carving out such a tortoiseshell array would not be easy. Seeing that the tortoise shell formation was on the verge of breaking, Zhang Xiaotian took out a bottle of pills with great difficulty while devouring the lightning energy that was seeping into his body. Han Fei thought to himself, what's the use? Back when he was on Heavenly Heart Island, the Heavenly Heart pill couldn't even block a single lightning bolt for him. He wondered what Zhang Xiaotian was holding. A red pill was swallowed by Zhang Xiaotian in a single gulp. Then, the space he was in was engulfed by raging flames. The walls of fire were like blooming fire lotuses, growing larger and larger until they were almost 100 meters wide. Gotcha! However, the tortoise shell suddenly shattered, and the purple lightning bombarded the flame lotus. At this moment, the flame lotus petals withered. Compared with Zhang Xiaotian's well-equipped team, Han Fei's team was reckless. What tortoise shell? What pill? Han Fei only had his own body. At this moment, he felt that his bones were breaking inch by inch, and he was 3 times fatter than before. Half of the resources in his body had been consumed, crazily charging at his body. Of course, there were benefits too, which was that Han Fei's indestructible golden body was strengthening bit by bit. Looking inside himself, Han Fei found that there were always some white spots in his bones. Those spots seemed to be in the process of refining. It would take a terrifying amount of resources to refine a bone the size of a grain of sand from translucent white to pale gold. Besides, Han Fei was going to refine a whole body. However, when he refined his body this time, Han Fei realized that his indestructible golden body was getting stronger. For some reason, Han Fei suddenly had a more intuitive feeling in his head. It seemed that his indestructible golden body had been cultivated to 40%. Han Fei immediately realized that he would be able to perceive a lot of power after he comprehended the Tao. At this moment, Han Fei already had a more intuitive feeling about the strength of his indestructible golden body. This lasted for 36 breaths' time before the terrifying bolt of lightning slowly disappeared. During this period of time, Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian each showed their best skills. Han Fei, who was refining the 5th level of the indestructible body, was trembling all over. His bones had been tempered to more than 40%. Previously, the so-called half-golden body was actually just a golden body with 30% of his bones. This time, stealing one of Zhang Xiaotian's 4 Nine Kings tribulation improved the effect of his indestructible golden body by more than 10%. It was really a big win. Also, after stealing someone's heavenly tribulation, Han Fei felt that his strength had increased a little. However, the improvement was very small and Han Fei didn't care. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his body was still trembling, and the pain of his bones being crushed hadn't completely faded away. Zhang Xiaotian didn't feel much better either. However, Han Fei had a backup plan. Hundreds of spiritual fruits were hovering in front of him, shattering one after another to provide him with power. Zhang Xiaotian hadn't opened his eyes yet. Han Fei knew that this was a process of the power in his body rapidly changing after the heavenly tribulation. This process was a process of rapid improvement. Han Fei made up his mind, and the void lines appeared and hooked at Zhang Xiaotian. However, the moment the void lines appeared, a lot of purple electric sparks in the air crackled and exploded. Han Fei hurriedly retracted the void lines. The old turtle said, "What's the hurry? The power of the lightning hasn't completely dispersed yet. It will take at least a minute for it to disappear." Han Fei cursed in his heart. No wonder he's so strong. There's still a wisp of his soul in his body. It turns out that he's the reincarnation of an expert. The old turtle said, "A reincarnation will always be a reincarnation." It means that this Zhang Xiaotian has a main body. This main body should still be in a state of struggling to survive. The key is to cultivate the reincarnation while he's alive. After he completely refines the reincarnation, he can live in it easily and live another life. Han Fei was lost for words. Are all experts like this? What's the difference between being reincarnated left and right and being immortal? Of course there's a difference. A reincarnation is just a reincarnation. He has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he can live another life. But let me tell you, a king can only live one more life at most. If he does it again, his origin energy won't be enough for him to reincarnate again. Han Fei was surprised. Really? The old turtle sneered. Otherwise, why do you think so many experts pursue the immortality realm? A king is a king. Although he can live forever, he has a limited lifespan. Of course, some venerables will cultivate reincarnations for themselves. However, those venerables are naive and think that reincarnation is enough. They don't know that it's more difficult for them to become a king if their original power is weakened. Hearing this, Han Fei thought to himself, in that case, this reincarnation isn't completely good. Reincarnating once, apart from being able to live one more life, who could say that the path that was not completed in the first life would be completed in the second life? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. It had only been 2 minutes. Han Fei hadn't recovered his body yet, so he could only baptize himself with spiritual energy. 8 seconds could only reduce Han Fei's size by half at most. But even if he was half, Han Fei was still 3 times fatter than before. Of course, Han Fei was digesting it too. Not only was he digesting it, but he also cast the holy light technique on himself. He wanted to recover quickly and return to his peak combat power. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Han Fei coldly. Human, Han Fei. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian's dark expression, Han Fei grinned. That's right. You found out. I saved you once and helped you pass the 4-9 king tribulation. But you don't even feel grateful? Is that right? Zhang Xiaotian was too lazy to argue with Han Fei. He said, I've passed the 4-9 king tribulation. Even if you snatched half of the lightning, it doesn't make you invincible. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry. It's enough to kill you. 2 minutes later, Zhang Xiaotian recovered first. After all, he didn't bear that much power of the purple heavenly tribulation, so he recovered first. Chilla, seeing the 9 blood-colored spears appear again, Zhang Xiaotian didn't intend to hold back at all. Clang, the infinity water turned into thousands of knives and blocked the 9 blood-colored spears. Crack, 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 this time. 3 of the 9 blood-colored spears crushed the infinity water. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were cold. Unfortunately, you lost. Die. Explode. When the 9 spears were about to reach Han Fei, the infinity water suddenly exploded. Zhang Xiaotian didn't have time to react. The 2 of them were very close to each other. Bang, 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 bang. 3 of the 9 blood-colored spears shattered in succession. Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian were both blown back more than 100 kilometers. Could he block the 9 blood-colored spears again? Han Fei knew it wouldn't be that easy. Looking at the 9 blood-colored spears that broke the explosion, a King Kong appeared behind Han Fei again. Moo! Han Fei knew that the King Kong couldn't block the 9 blood-colored spears. However, with a thought, he activated the Tao Seed, and the King Kong's power skyrocketed. With a slap, it shattered a blood-colored spear. However, that palm was also shattered. In the next step, the King Kong used its body as a shield and the broken hand became one. With a clang, the Vajra King Kong was torn into pieces. After all, it couldn't block the 9 blood-colored spears of Zhang Xiaotian, who was in the Tao-seeking state. However, at this moment, Han Fei's body had recovered to twice its original size. The numbness in his bones had quickly receded. Seeing the 9th spear coming at him, Han Fei stretched out his hand, took out the embroidery needle, and pushed it horizontally with his palm. With another clang, Han Fei retreated more than 10 kilometers, but he managed to resist the so-called 9th blood-colored spear. Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. How strong is Han Fei exactly? Last time, it seemed that he resisted the 9 blood-colored spears with great difficulty. This time, although he hadn't completely consolidated his strength had doubled, and the 9 blood-colored spears were still blocked. It was even easier than last time. Han Fei suddenly raised his head and grinned. What? Do you have any other methods? Chapter 1337. This was the first time in Zhang Xiaoyan's life that his heart had been shaken. In the past, he often looked down on others from the perspective of a god. The so-called modesty was actually disdain. The reason why he was stuck at 4th place on the prodigy roll was only to motivate those behind him. He had never taken it to heart. The fish dragon king that Han Fei played only caught Zhang Xiaoyan's attention. In his eyes, the so-called heavenly talent was no match for his 9 bloody spears. But now Han Fei, as a junior explorer, had blocked his 9 bloody spears twice in a row and was not injured at all. Zhang Xiaoqian's expression was grave. There were precious treasures here, and he had been forced to undergo his tribulation just because he had devoured some of the water in this place. In the end, the tribulation of the 4 9 monarchs came right away. If he had not been prepared for the tribulation of the 4 9 monarchs would not have been easy to pass. Even though he had prepared so much, if Han Fei hadn't come, he would have been severely injured by the tribulation of the 4 9 monarchs. Therefore, although Han Fei robbed part of the heavenly tribulation, Zhang Xiaotian was able to pass it smoothly. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. Even though he had only heard of the Shuemu sky producing a supreme genius who had passed the 4 9 monarch tribulation, he did not pay much attention to it. They thought that Han Fei was just lucky or had the help of many quasi-experts to pass the tribulation successfully. Now it seemed that Han Fei really lived up to his reputation. If he hadn't passed the tribulation successfully, Han Fei might have crushed him and killed him. Zhang Xiaotian had just transcended his tribulation and was in urgent need of stabilizing his cultivation. However, there was obviously a great fortune in this treasured land. So how could he let it go? Dong dong dong! Black holes of different sizes suddenly appeared around Zhang Xiaotian. He said, Shui Mu Tian, Han Fei, I'll remember you. But this is the end. Swish, swish, swish. The big and small black holes were like rotating black holes in the air, smashing directly at Han Fei. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Han Fei flashed several times, only to see that the black hole followed him like a shadow. It turned out to be a spatial technique, and it was a space-time attack that ignored space itself. Rip. Han Fei hurriedly waved his hand and threw out more than 20 great plate turtle array diagrams. The array was activated. He watched as the spatial spiral exploded with loud bangs. To Han Fei's horror, the 20 great plate turtle arrays only destroyed 8 void spirals. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotian turned around and ran into the mountains, widening the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Han Fei snorted. Want to compete with me in speed? So what if I let you take a breath? Sword drawing technique. Infused with spiritual energy, Snowmorn burst out and became as bright and smooth as a bright moon, drawing an arc in the air. With a single move, he destroyed the remaining 5 void spirals. Stellar transposition. Regarding the dragon Yuan Qi, that powerful warrior in the desolate grave had personally told him that they were both humans. Under the circumstances that he had fed so much, that figure had no reason to deceive him. At the moment of crossing the void, Han Fei's eyes were full of cracks in the void, and several streaks of light in the void brushed past him dangerously. Han Fei knew that it was the so-called void turbulence. Once he was involved in it, no one knew where he would appear, or if he could appear again. Han Fei activated the Dao Seed and imagined that there was a hole in the void in front of him. He shortened the void boundary and appeared directly on the mountain. Zhang Xiaotian cursed inwardly. Han Fei was indeed fierce. His sickle of nirvana had been blocked in an instant. He had only just escaped, but Han Fei was already gone. Of course, he knew that Han Fei was fast, but even if he was fast, he had to leave a trail, right? But now, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't find Han Fei at all, even though a streak of light shot out from the center of his eyebrows. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqian's pupils constricted. 50 kilometers in front of him, a hole appeared in the void, and Han Fei stepped out. Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He immediately turned around to look. How the F***CK did you get here when we were only 150 kilometers apart? Zhang Xiaotian had always believed that he was talented enough. After his reincarnation, he had been constantly tempering himself to achieve his current accomplishments. Even so, he didn't dare to cross the void at this time. It might be possible for him to walk 10 kilometers, but Han Fei walked more than 150 kilometers in one go. Was he kidding? Not to mention Zhang Xiaotian. All the venerables, even the White Armor Emperor and the Life Queen were stunned. You dare to cross the void turbulence? Aren't you afraid that you'll disappear? Han Fei turned around and grinned. I've been nice to you, haven't I? You want to leave in front of me? 10,000 swords returned to origin. Han Fei stretched out his finger, and 10,000 swords appeared in the sky. Water vapor filled the air, and 10,000 swords swept across the sky. Swish, swish, swish. When the swords merged into one, Zhang Xiaotian finally revealed his true form. He reached out a tentacle covered in a thick cyan shell, trying to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei ignored it and stood in Zhang Xiaotian's way. He roared, Beast King technique, soul suppression of 100 beasts. Han Fei's true form suddenly expanded to almost double its original size. He opened his mouth and sucked energy into his body. Huh! All sorts of wondrous sounds filled this roar. In the next second, hundreds of strange beasts that Zhang Xiaotian had never seen or heard of danced through the air, their cries echoing out toward Zhang Xiaotian. Facing Zhang Xiaotian, Han Fei held the sacrificing punch. He roared, Come on, try using your 9 spears again. I'll blow you up today. Pooh! Zhang Xiaotian vomited a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have been injured by the soul suppression of 100 beasts. However, as a reincarnated expert, Zhang Xiaotian reacted very quickly. Seeing the sacrificing punch, he quickly retreated. For real experts, life and death were only a thin line, so they were very sensitive to danger. Seeing Han Fei's ferocious attack, he retreated again and again. However, several octopus tentacles extended from all directions and slapped violently. Rumble, the tentacles collapsed, and Zhang Xiaotian's 9 arms merged and stabbed forward. Boom! A violent explosion swept across a radius of more than 50 kilometers, directly flattening a mountain under their feet, completely shattering the ground. Pooh! Cough! Cough! Zhang Xiaotian vomited another mouthful of blood. He was rather speechless. What kind of monster is this? Han Fei was also slightly surprised. After so many years, few people in the same realm could compete with him. Although Zhang Xiaotian didn't dare to fight him head-on, he took his most powerful attack head-on. Of course, this was just one of Han Fei's attacks. However, this further showed the horror of reincarnated experts. Of course, Han Fei wasn't doubting himself. First of all, it was obvious that Zhang Xiaotian was no match for him. Secondly, he had lost half of his soul and wasn't at his peak. Otherwise, he could easily crush Zhang Xiaotian to the ground. Knowing that he was no match for Han Fei, Zhang Xiaotian chose to retreat. Opportunities were important, but not as important as his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian retreat, Han Fei's lips curled. Fuse! Han Fei didn't hesitate. Zhang Xiaotian was using this place to pass the tribulation, and this place was filled with dragon might. If his guess was right, Zhang Xiaotian had already obtained an opportunity. If he didn't feel the aura of an opportunity, Han Fei would immediately turn around and kill Zhang Xiaotian on the spot. In Han Fei's opinion, since there was something as good as the Dragon King Qi, it had to be his. Otherwise, he would be the strongest in the world. Sure enough, when Little Black and Little White fused and the Yin Yang Divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately felt a great opportunity. He turned his gaze to the south of the mountain range. Han Fei stood proudly in the void. Before he moved, he looked around, only to find that the mountains were endless, and a strange power in the south was inexplicably calling him. Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Ordinary people might not be able to tell the general trend of the mountains, but Little White could. Little White could. Little White could tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although he really wanted to kill Zhang Xiaotian, the dragon essence Qi was more important than Zhang Xiaotian. It was just a reincarnated body that had passed the 4-9 King tribulation. In terms of reincarnated bodies, Bai Sujin was not inferior to Zhang Xiaotian. At that time, Han Fei was still at his peak, and he was on par with Bai Sujin. However, in a battle to the death, neither of them was a match for him. No matter how little experience they had, it was nothing to be afraid of. In the outside world, Chang Shui Qin shouted again, "King, Han Fei has exceeded the combat strength limit of this trial. He should withdraw." In their eyes, Han Fei was too strong. Both of them had passed the 4-9 King tribulation, but Han Fei had passed it for half a year, while Zhang Xiaotian had passed it for less than half a day. Chang Shui Qin and the others naturally didn't want to see such a talent die in the capital city. However, the White Armor Emperor didn't say anything. Not far in front of him, the Life Queen said indifferently, "Zhang Xiaotian's strength has clearly exceeded the scope of this trial, but he still went. Everyone has selfishness. Since the rules have been set, it's better not to break them. What do you think?" The White Armor Emperor cursed in his heart. Even he had underestimated Han Fei's strength. Even Zhang Xiaotian, who had hidden so far, couldn't stop him. It could be seen how strong Han Fei was. However, he was injured first, and the White Shell capital city had lost several people, and many had been seriously injured. It was really inappropriate to start a war now because of this. In any case, even if Han Fei really obtained that opportunity, so what? It was true that one could become stronger by relying on opportunities, but no one could become a king by relying on opportunities all the way. Seeing that the king didn't say anything, Chang Shui Qin reluctantly gave up on this request. On the island, Han Fei flew all the way, but when he was only 1 mountain away from the strange place, he suddenly saw a headless female corpse in white clothes looking at him from the top of the mountain, on the bare boulder on the top of the mountain where the vegetation had withered. This scene was very strange. There was no head, only a severed neck. However, the next moment, the woman's action almost scared Han Fei to the point of peeing his pants. The woman seemed to have sensed Han Fei's presence. She grabbed a head from the void and put it on her neck. Chapter 1338. This phenomenon was very weird. In this mountain range, all the mountains were lush, and occasionally there were wild beasts roaring. However, the mountain in front of Han Fei was located among the mountains and was barren. If it was just barren, Han Fei would probably guess that there was some kind of creature or treasure in this mountain that could deprive vitality. However, when he saw the headless female corpse, he was shocked. First of all, this female corpse was too ugly. The female sea demons looked like women, and even the inferior manfish looked a bit like humans. But this Nuba's skin was wrinkled all over, and she was very thin, so thin that some of her skin was just hanging on her body. When the headless female corpse pulled her head out of the void, Han Fei knew that things were not going well. Sure enough, the headless female corpse took a step forward and directly stood in front of him. And in Han Fei's eyes, the headless female corpse's information magically appeared. Name, nubile introduction, a woman born in some extremely hot places. Because she was born in the shocking flames, she died young and became a Nuba. Nuba likes to wear cyan clothes, but wherever she goes, the vegetation will wither, so she has a strong nature. The Nuba is calcined day and night by a strange fire. So few creatures in the world can match her physique. Level 79 Law Enforcement, Withering Fire, Spiritual Energy, 159808, Realm, Sea Demon, Combat Skills, Cyan Fearless, Unabsorbable. Remarks, once the Nuba comes to a place with lush vegetation, she wants to make cyan clothes. Han Fei looked at the Nuba's description with a dumbfounded expression. Everything else was easy to explain, except that this Nuba was a kind of drought demon, and wherever she went there would be a great drought. But why did this Nuba like to make clothes? Fortunately, this Nuba was only a level 79 creature in the peak level or half-king realm. Han Fei looked up and couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say that some special creatures have been wiped out? Who is this? Isn't she afraid that I'll be slapped to death by her?" Hearing Han Fei's complaint, the Insect King and the Life Queen looked strange. The two of them said in their hearts, "You still have the face to say that in order for you to enter, we withdrew 10 people. Moreover, the mountains there were bare before. Could you not see that the creature had just appeared?" At this moment, the Life Queen said, "That's a half-king level creature. It shouldn't have appeared." White Armor Emperor shouted, "Mu Wu Hua, are you going to cheat in front of me? That creature is extremely powerful, but we didn't notice it before. Now that that creature has jumped out, this matter involves the fated chance itself, shouldn't it appear?" Zhang Xiaotian was no match for Han Fei and was forced to retreat. At that time, the White Armored Arch and the others had nothing to say. After all, Zhang Xiaotian had indeed hidden his strength. But at this moment, the Life Queen was unhappy that Han Fei had encountered a semi-venerable creature. If she wanted Han Fei to retreat, the White Armor Emperor would naturally be unhappy. At this moment, the old turtle said, "This is a demi-venerable drought demon. If I'm not mistaken, her physique must be stronger than yours. I'm afraid you can't beat her." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Stronger than me? How much stronger than me?" The old turtle said, "Drought demons are very special creatures. All drought demons cultivate their bodies. When they reach a certain level, they will return to the inheritance of some great demons. At that time, their physiques will be even more terrifying. Under normal circumstances, if you want to see the physique of a drought demon, you can challenge it. For example, this drought demon's physique is probably comparable to that of a beginner venerable, and a half-king level drought demon can fight against a king." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "It's a cross-level challenge. Don't make it sound like it's some big deal." The old turtle said angrily, "What do you know? The path of physical cultivation is extremely difficult, so the cultivation of a drought demon is very difficult. Since a drought demon can appear here, it means that there must be an alien flame or a land of great drought here. Only such a place can support a creature like the drought demon." Han Fei frowned. "An alien flame?" The old turtle said, "Forget about the alien flame. Let's go around it first. Don't make an enemy of such a creature." Han Fei thought to himself, "Old Yuan, I realize that it's really easy for you to talk while lying down. This Nuba has been staring at me for a long time, and you want me to go around her? The place of dragon power is on the short mountain behind her. How can I go around it?" Han Fei thought that if he used the star teleportation technique again, he might be able to go around a little. But this was a half-king level creature anyway. What if this drought demon was not afraid of the void and also went in? Wouldn't it be over in minutes if it fought with him in the void? Even if he could defeat it, he couldn't fight in the void. He wouldn't do that, but this drought demon might. So Han Fei set up a stealth array, a concealment array, and a breath concealing array on himself. He stealthily moved to another mountain peak and hid for a while, preparing to sneak into that mountain. Han Fei carefully stepped on the bare mountain top and looked at the drought demon every once in a while. When he passed more than 2,000 meters away from the drought demon, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this creature's head needs to be hit again, which means that its brain may be seriously damaged. But just when Han Fei was about to cross this mountain, halfway up the mountain, he suddenly saw that the drought demon had been waiting for him 100 meters away. Han Fei was shocked. He raised his hand and waved his claws with an ugly expression. "Hey!" Swish! As soon as Han Fei said so, the drought demon raised her hand and grabbed at him so fast that a trace of flame was left in the void. Overlord's technique. Han Fei wanted to retreat at that time, but for some reason he wanted to see the so-called strong physique. This drought demon turned out to be a body refiner, so her strength should not be underestimated. Bam! Puff! Kacha! A golden fist mark collided with the drought demon, and Han Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Fei's figure was directly hammered into the mountainside of another mountain, and a large part of the mountain collapsed. Han Fei was horrified. What AF asterisk king, terrifying power. Although he used his strength in a hurry, he shouldn't have been blasted from one mountain to another, right? Han Fei hurriedly cast a holy light technique on himself to repair the dislocated and broken bones. But suddenly a large number of demon plants in the deep forest on this mountain that had been smashed by him suddenly began to burn, and some directly withered and then burned again. In the heavy flames, Han Fei saw that on the other side of the fire, the drought demon seemed to be rummaging for something. Han Fei wondered, what is it looking for? Didn't we agree to fight? The drought demon let out a low roar, and at some point she was holding a relatively special grass in her hand. The flames on Nuba's body rolled up, and the demon plant that was relatively green just now was directly burned by her. Han Fei seemed to understand why the drought demon wanted to make green clothes. With your high temperature, which is comparable to the temperature in magma, how can you make clothes? You've almost burned a whole mountain to the ground. Just how much obsession do you have in your heart? Han Fei found that the flames on the drought demon showed a dark yellow color, which was a very strange color, but gradually became the color of fire. Huh. The drought demon was roaring because she had just made a set of clothes for herself, but it was smashed and melted in an instant, which made her very angry. Seeing this, Han Fei was shocked and immediately wanted to retreat, thinking that he would come back after making a set of clothes. But when Han Fei was about to leave, he saw that the drought demon suddenly appeared 100 meters away from him. Han Fei said, "Girl, let's talk. We are all civilized people. Look at me, I won't run away." Seeing that the drought demon was indifferent, Han Dan immediately told her his plan. Han Fei said, "Do you really want a set of green clothes?" The drought demon spat out flames, which looked very weird. She stared at Han Fei and seemed to be waiting for his next words. Then Han Fei said, "I'll make clothes for you and you'll let me go? This is a fair exchange." The drought demon nodded directly, which stunned Han Fei. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei didn't move, but took out the refining table, the warhammer, and many special crystals. The old turtle asked, "What are you doing?" Not only the old turtle, but everyone outside was also dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is he starting to refine weapons instead of climbing the mountain? But the point was that the drought demon was still nodding. Could it be that Han Fei was making weapons for the drought demon? The insect king thought to himself, "What the hell are you doing? Do you know that other places are in an uproar? On this island, many creatures were gathering and rushing over. There were super big birds hovering in the sky, big crocodiles crawling out of the river, a large number of beasts, insects, and even a large number of fruits, all of which were jumping and rushing towards this mountain range. Except for these creatures, it was impossible for the people of the three forces not to notice the changes here. Therefore, at this moment, almost most of the masters of the three forces on the island were rushing here. And Han Fei quickly raised a green weapon and said, "Girl, what do you think? Does it fit? If it doesn't, I'll adjust the size for you." Third update, asking for votes, taking photos outside, updated in advance. Mwah, end of this chapter. Chapter 1339. Han Fei didn't know why the Nuba liked to wear green clothes. Maybe it was because the lush vegetation and forest materials he saw in the information he received might not be enough for her to burn. Han Fei was already good at forging weapons. He believed that the style of the green clothes he made must be the most fashionable of the contemporary era, with green light flowing and multicolored embellishments. According to the power that the Nuba could emit, it shouldn't be able to burn a low-quality divine weapon in a short time, right? Swish! The Nuba's figure flashed and came to Han Fei. Han Fei obviously felt that the Nuba was not hostile at this moment, so he didn't run at all. Sure enough, the Nuba stood in front of Han Fei and took the battle suit from his hands with both hands. However, at the moment when the Nuba took the battle suit, Han Fei suddenly stepped back. But he was still a step too late. The Nuba followed up with a palm and pressed on Han Fei's chest. Bam! Han Fei was smashed directly into the belly of the mountain, and most of the mountain collapsed and rocks rolled down. Puff! This time, Han Fei was really slapped until he spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this power? Han Fei thought that his strength was already extremely terrifying, but he was still far inferior to this Nuba. Although the gap between the realms was nothing, he had the Beast King art and his explosive power was extremely terrifying. But even so, with his strength, he still felt dizzy and disoriented in front of Nuba. The old turtle said, "Brat, why did you make clothes for this Nuba? Why did Nuba agree?" Han Fei cursed. "Didn't you see the spiritual plant in her hand just now? It looks like a green dress." The old turtle was silent for a long time. "I don't know whether I should say you are smart or stupid." Han Fei complained. "If you have something to say, just say it. The Nuba is coming." He heard the old turtle said, "Consider yourself lucky that you have found a way to make this Nuba give up. But what the Nuba wants is not the clothes, but the vitality contained in the spiritual plant. You can even see that she wants to wear clothes. Can't you see this?" Han Fei was speechless. "I don't know anything." Bam! The mountain was blasted open, and Nuba stood on a piece of rubble not far away, staring at Han Fei coldly. Sensing the killing intent, Han Fei immediately roared, "Miss, please wait a moment. I made a mistake just now. Wait a moment. I'll make another one for you." When Nuba attacked him just now, the low-quality divine battle suit that Han Fei had just refined was crushed by her palm. Sure enough, when the Nuba heard that he was going to make clothes again, she stopped again. Outside the island, all the onlookers were puzzled. What was Han Fei going to do? What kind of joke was making clothes? Han Fei was holding 2 sledgehammers. Clang! Dozens of materials floated in the air, and Han Fei jumped up and hammered. Han Fei struck from the air, and the 100 battles hammer hammered from a mountain to the bald mountain just now. Han Fei looked back, only to be horrified. The whole mountain where he was just now was on fire at some point. Nuba didn't stop Han Fei from moving, but she kept standing 100 meters in front of Han Fei. Just now, the old turtle's words reminded Han Fei that what she wanted to wear was not blue clothes, but the life essence condensed from the vitality of spiritual plants. At this moment, the battle suit took shape, and Han Fei threw out a drop of the spring of life without hesitation. At the moment when the spring of life was poured into the battle suit, Nuba was already 30 meters away from Han Fei. She was very excited. Outside the island, the white armor emperor's face was ugly. "Muwuhua, how dare you? Has the spring of life reached the point where even a junior can use it at will? It seems that for this landing battle, you've paid a lot." The Life Queen was speechless. Was this the only use of her spring of life in Han Fei's hands? To break through the obstacles? However, on the surface, the Life Queen looked indifferent. She just smiled lightly and didn't even look at the white armor emperor. Discerning people were not blind. The moment the spring of life appeared, and the moment Nuba was moved, they knew that what Nuba really wanted was not the battle suit, but the spring of life. A drop of the spring of life represented 100 years of life, but this was not absolute. It depended on the strength and level of the user. At Nuba's level, 100 years of life could be said to be extremely valuable. When Han Fei's hammer fell for the last time, Han Fei didn't immediately give the battle suit to Nuba. Instead, he said seriously, "I'll give you the blue suit, but I have to go over." Hearing this, Nuba hesitated for a long time. But in the end, she still couldn't resist the temptation of the spring of life. She directly stepped aside. Han Fei's face immediately lit up with joy. He threw the blue suit to Nuba with one hand and kicked out. The moment Han Fei left, Nuba didn't chase after him. Instead, she immediately put on the blue suit. However, Han Fei didn't look at the scene. At that moment, he saw Nuba's flesh and blood grow rapidly. The drop of the spring of life in the blue suit was being consumed rapidly. Of course, what happened next was none of Han Fei's business. Han Fei didn't know how long the blue suit could last. At this moment, Han Fei finally came to the mountain behind Nuba. Normally, there was nothing special about the mountain, but there was a huge crack on the mountain, which was nearly 100 meters wide and dozens of meters wide in the middle of the mountain. This hole didn't seem to be anything special, but the dragon power Han Fei felt at this moment came from the sharp hole. It was very likely that before Zhang Xiaoqian's tribulation, there had been no abnormalities here. Standing at the entrance, Han Fei had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. It seemed that there was some danger waiting for him in this crack. However, he had already come here. A drop of the spring of life had been used up, and nearly half of the resources in Forge the Universe had been consumed. Han Fei would never be willing to retreat so easily. So, Han Fei only paused at the entrance of the cave for a while, and then immediately crawled into the crack. As soon as he passed through the crack, Han Fei felt as if he had entered a special place. There was a special barrier that completely blocked his perception. As a result, the whole space was opened up into a small world. The old tortoise said, "Huh? I knew it. There are more than one place covered by the heavenly secrets. The heavenly secrets here are also chaotic. Once you enter, the outside world won't know what's going on. In such an environment, even a king can't peep at you." At this moment, Han Fei was standing in front of a cave covered with quartz crystals. The crystals were colorful and beautiful. Just by looking at the cave, one could tell that it was extraordinary. With a radius of more than 50 meters, it was like a snake cave. Who could really be indifferent to it? At this moment, Han Fei just felt that he was shivering all over, as if there was something dangerous in this cave. In fact, through Little White's keen perception, Han Fei actually sensed danger. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt mentally exhausted. It was really a series of tests. How King lucky did he have to be to pick up the dragon origin chi at just the right time? While communicating with the old tortoise, Han Fei stepped into the cave. The danger was a little different from what he had imagined. Even when Han Fei walked out of the cave, he didn't encounter any danger. After walking in the cave for about 5 minutes, Han Fei finally walked to a huge place that looked like an underground square. Here, Han Fei finally felt the danger. The place where Han Fei was still under heavy pressure, and Han Fei felt that it was getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Although the underground space was full of quartz crystals, the first thing Han Fei looked at were the 2 stone statues. Or rather, the only thing here that seemed to be man-made were the 2 identical stone statues. This was a strange creature that looked like a dragon, but wasn't a dragon, like a dog, but wasn't a dog. It wasn't a qilin, but rather had a human face. Before Han Fei asked, the old tortoise said, "These are 2 stone statues of ancient dongs. I know this kind of creature. Although there are not many of them, there are some." Huh. Han Fei couldn't help but walk up and take a closer look, in case these 2 stone statues were made of special materials. However, when Han Fei approached one of the stone statues, information appeared in his eyes. Name Stone Puppet Introduction, a special creature transformed from the power of hope of the real ancient dongs. It was a Ba when it was alive and pulled the chariot for the emperor. Because it followed the emperor all its life, it was unparalleled arrogance. Today, the emperor went out but didn't return. The Dons died without eating, and their power of hope remained, hoping for the emperor's return. Level greater than 79 law enforcement, withering fire, spiritual energy 188256, realm, seeking, battle skills, devour vitality, dragon roar, unabsorbable. Remarks, do not enter the emperor's territory, or the stone puppet will wake up. When he saw this information, Han Fei was shocked. This was AF * king creature evolved from a Ba. And this was AF * king exotic beast that pulled the chariot for the emperor. From the information, Han Fei suspected that the so-called emperor was actually an azure dragon. Gotcha! As soon as Han Fei finished reading this information, he suddenly heard a crisp crack in this underground space. Han Fei. Chapter 1340. Han Fei was just wondering why a stone statue could display information. At this moment, Han Fei was speechless. The eyes of the two stone puppets were filled with fiery red flames, and their bodies were covered with cracks. However, just because they were covered with cracks didn't mean that something would come out of these stone statues. The cracks on the stone puppet's body seemed to have exposed its meridians, and the flames immediately filled these cracks and covered its entire body. Roar! Roar! The two big stone puppets suddenly roared at the sky, spewed fire pillars from their mouths, and came back to life. It was not the revival of life, but more like they felt the aura of an outsider. So some kind of power made them revive spontaneously. Son of a B * TCH. Are they 2.5 venerables? Fortunately, this was a small world, and the heavenly secrets were chaotic, so Han Fei was not too shocked. With a thought in his mind, Yu Wendao appeared. Han Fei said, "Old Turtle, you and Yu Wendao deal with one, and I will deal with the other." The old turtle said helplessly, "Do you think you can withstand the power of a venerable semi-venerable? If I'm not mistaken, the ancient giant Qi is stronger than the Nuba in terms of strength, physique, and combat power." Han Fei thought to himself, "Do I need you to tell me that? I've already seen that the amount of spiritual energy, the power of law enforcement, and combat skills are better than the Nuba just now." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Let's fight first. If you can't beat me, let my junior sister out. And that Zhang Yao has already become a venerable and can be used by me. However, I would like to fight them personally. I want to see if my physique is weaker or stronger than that of these ancient living beings." When facing the Nuba just now, although Han Fei was beaten, there were many people watching at that time, so Han Fei didn't really use his full strength. At this moment, no one could see. If Han Fei still didn't dare to fight, he would look too cowardly. If he needed help from others, how could he survive in the outside world in the future? Fuse, Devil Change, Beast King Technique, Sacrificing Punch. Han Fei's body suddenly expanded. The two stone puppets were not small, only more than 20 meters in size. Han Fei didn't completely fight in his original body, but turned into a big ape. Buzz, a fist the size of a water tank, burst out with a strange red light as the sacrificial punch blasted out towards a stone puppet. There was a saying that went, "Take his life while he's down." Although the stone puppet hadn't fully recovered, Han Fei didn't believe that this kind of creature was invincible. Just like that, its entire body split open, shining with red light, as if it was a vicious dog that walked out from hell, and their eyes were as if they wanted to eat him. How could Han Fei give them a chance to attack? As soon as he came up, he went all out. On the other side, the black fog pervaded. Yu Wendao had already charged into the black fog. The old tortoise and Yu Wendao worked together to trap one of them. There was a loud bang and a rumbling sound. The stone puppet, which was more than 20 meters long, was punched from the end of the underground cave and rolled dozens of times on the ground. Wherever it passed, the quartz crystals were broken, and the ground was crushed into a long ravine. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, This thing has just been resurrected. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for me to defeat it. Even so, Han Fei didn't dare to waste any time. The moment the stone puppet flew out, he had already caught up with it, holding Snowmorn in his hand, not giving the stone puppet any chance at all. As he expected, when a ravine thousands of meters long was created in the cave, the stone puppet rolled and shook its body, trying to get up. Han Fei was stunned to see this. How can you still crawl and jump after such a powerful punch? Slash! Swish! The sword-drawing technique was used on the stone puppet's neck, and there were only flashes of sparks. However, the stone puppet's neck was not chopped off. Instead, a large wound was cut open, and red flames spurted out of it. Han Fei couldn't sense the flames at all. They were gathering and entangling Han Fei. Withering fire. Perhaps because the time was too short, the stone puppet couldn't use its power in time, and Han Fei had the time to attack. However, the stone puppet was only slightly wounded. Swish! Han Fei flashed and appeared on the other side, avoiding the withering fire. At that moment, the infinity water swished into the wound on the stone puppet's neck. Explode! Boom! Right inside the stone puppet's body, a shock wave suddenly spread out, crushing the quartz crystals in all directions into powder in an instant. The stone puppet, on the other hand, was smoking, from its mouth to its eyeballs. All its pores were releasing scorching heat and black smoke. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He knew that body-tempering experts were strong, but he didn't expect that body-tempering experts could be so strong. The infinity water, it exploded inside the stone puppet, but it only caused less than 10 wounds. Perhaps the stone puppet had used those holes as air vents, for it actually let out a roar and jumped up again. Collect! Han Fei stretched out a hand and fastened all the void lines on the stone puppet. However, the stone puppet's willpower was too strong, or its realm was much higher than Han Fei's. Once Han Fei tried to control its body, the stone puppet's soul would resist. Its struggle was so strong that Han Fei bled from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. However, compared with its physical body, the stone puppet's soul was relatively easy to deal with. Because Han Fei sensed that the residual energy of the stone puppet, which he didn't know whether it was a soul or a will, was actually very little. The reason why it was difficult to deal with was that its willpower was too strong and its power was too firm. Even though he had attached all the void lines to it, he still felt it was difficult to control it again and again. During the struggle, it even opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a dragon roar. Huh. Seeing that the sound waves were almost vibrating, Han Fei immediately activated the 100 Beasts' soul-suppressing roar. Otherwise, Han Fei was afraid that his soul would be damaged. Huh. The dragon roar and the 100 Beasts' soul-suppressing roar burst out at the same time, and golden blood spurted out from Han Fei's eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. Bam! Bam! But compared to the stone puppet, Han Fei was still fine. He only bled from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. However, the stone puppet's 2 burning eyeballs directly exploded. Howl! Han Fei felt a head hit his chest, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him stagnate and unable to breathe. At the same time, the stone puppet opened its big mouth and bit on his chest. Rip! His flesh and blood were torn apart, and Han Fei felt his vitality fading. This stone puppet was trying to devour his vitality. Clang! How could Han Fei bear this? He held 2 sledgehammers in his hands and launched a pincer attack. He launched a pincer attack that blasted open the stone puppet's head, and the 100 Battles' divine hammer burst forth. Clang, 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 swish, swish, swish. Han Fei's figure flickered rapidly, and the sledgehammers in his hands pounded crazily. In an instant, he had pounded hundreds of times, and the hammers were aimed at the stone puppet's head. In the end, the stone puppet didn't know whether Han Fei had taken the upper hand or its strength was declining. Although Han Fei's hands hurt a little, he could still see that its head was caved in and broken. In an instant, a round of 100 battles divine hammer bombarded the stone puppet, and the second round began. When it was being bombarded by Han Fei, it couldn't even roar or devour vitality anymore. Only the withering fire still wanted to bloom. But the infinity water was not just for show. It was cutting crazily in its body at this time. The flames couldn't leave its body and were extinguished by the infinity water. Compared with the earth-shattering battle on Han Fei's side, Han Fei saw that in the black mist, Yu Dao was bombarded out again and again. In the end, when Yu Dao came out again, his body was a little broken and covered with teeth marks. Han Fei asked, "Old Turtle, how are you doing? Can you beat it?" The old turtle replied, "Not bad. Although these two stone puppets are strong, they're not difficult to deal with. Its strength lies in its stable belief. As long as you suppress it in all aspects, or your belief is stronger than its. Otherwise, although you are strong, it will not be easy for you to kill it." Han Fei was slightly taken aback. This was not the first time that the old turtle had spoken to him. Although this stone puppet was a semi-venerable creature, it was a stone. It was just controlled by a wisp of will. It had the strength of a semi-venerable creature, but no brains. Therefore, Han Fei could slowly kill it. Now, shortly after the old turtle finished speaking, the black mist faded and Yu Dao came out of it. And in the black mist, there was only a pile of collapsed stones left. But on Han Fei's side, the 100 battles divine hammer had been hammered for the 8th round. Han Fei had just hammered the stone puppet's head and was a little tired. Suddenly, Han Fei activated the Tao seed and transmitted a false will of the great way to the stone puppet in his mind. The venerable emperor is back. The stone puppet's hollow eyes and ferocious expression immediately began to change. Its dark eyes, which were narrowed viciously, became round, and the ferocious expression on its face also disappeared. "Now is the time, die!" Han Fei took the opportunity to hammer down, and the stone puppet suddenly shattered. After the 9th round, the 100 battles divine hammer finally killed the stone puppet. Han Fei sat on the ground, casually wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and murmured, "Tao heart?" Chapter 1341. The two stone puppets didn't die. If they didn't die, Han Fei's void lines didn't get any soul from them. After they shattered, Han Fei picked up a stone and squeezed it casually, only to see the stone explode. The old turtle said, "Don't pinch it. It's just an ordinary stone." Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. "An ordinary stone? I can't even cut an ordinary stone with snowmorn?" The old turtle said, "This stone puppet is a bit too strong. These were just two ordinary stone statues. They must have been enveloped by the aura of a powerhouse, which was why they were so strong. Even if this emperor were here, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do this." Han Fei thought to himself, "What are you talking about? It has another name called Wang Di Gui, so even an idiot should know what level its master is at." However, Han Fei was a little shocked. There was an emperor's relic on this random island. Maybe the old turtle was right. Under the influence of the aura of a strong master, even an ordinary stone could be so strong. It was probably related to the Taoist heart that the old turtle mentioned. Rumble. Just when Han Fei was about to ask about the Taoist heart, the center of the cave suddenly began to collapse. However, only a small part of the cave collapsed, and a scorching power drifted out from inside. It was abnormally hot and a pressure rushed out. Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. After fighting this stone puppet, he knew that this might be an emperor's relic. If he was careless, he might die on the spot. This had nothing to do with whether he was on the invincible realm or not. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat the enemy. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei was about to ask Little White what was going on inside, when he saw Little Black jump out with a swish. "Hey, hey, hey, son!" Han Fei was speechless. This little guy was getting more and more disobedient. Was it a place where he could rush in casually? The old turtle said, "Come on in. It's so hot. I'm afraid it's an alien fire." Han Fei thought for a moment. It was possible. The Nuba was burned by an alien fire all year round. The question was, where was the alien fire? Now, Little Black had slipped into the hole. He was afraid that there was pure yang energy inside. With a thought, Han Fei took Little White into Forge the Universe and followed Little Black into the cave. Buzz. The moment Han Fei stepped into this cave, he immediately felt a dry heat, and there was almost no moisture in the air. In front of him was a scale-shaped cavern. It wasn't very large, only about 100 meters in size. In the center of the cave, there was a golden bead that occasionally emitted a dense red light. Before Han Fei could identify what it was, Little Black had already approached it and was circling it. Han Fei shouted, "Son, don't move. Let me have a look first." Han Fei's first reaction was that this was definitely a natural treasure comparable to the sea ice sand. This was because the temperature here had already exceeded the temperature of the lava lake from before. It was terrifyingly high, over 4,000 degrees Celsius, very similar to the blue sea frozen sand. In the face of such a temperature, Han Fei still didn't panic. This was nothing. He even dared to pierce through the bottom of the lava lake, and the instantaneous temperature was comparable to the surface of the sun. How could he be afraid now? Maybe it was because Han Fei's fire pit was relatively high, or maybe it was because the space of this cave was relatively small. But the temperature difference was not very big except within 10 meters of the bead. When Han Fei approached it, information appeared in his eyes. Name, Fire Dragon Bead's introduction. This is the life bead of the Fire Dragon clan. When the fire dragon dies, the bead can't be stored and it will automatically evolve and burn until it burns out. The fire dragon bead can be used as a rare treasure for fire cultivators. It can be used to refine weapons and cultivate fire resistance. Only fire cultivators can eat it lightly. Effect, if a fire cultivator wears it for a long time, they can cultivate the body of fire, fiery eyes, and other magical powers. Remark, in the state of decay. This fire dragon bead has been burning for a long time, and its effect is less than 10%. As soon as he saw this information, Han Fei was shocked. This is the power of less than 10%? Dragon bead? Oh my god, I wonder if I can summon a dragon and make a wish with 7 of them. Of course, Han Fei wasn't that stupid. Although this was not a natural spiritual treasure, he didn't know what this fire dragon clan was. However, they were known as the Dragon Clan, and not some other flood dragons or creatures like the great venomous ones. They were real dragons. The old turtle didn't know a dragon at all, so he didn't know this fire dragon bead. He just said, "This thing is a fire attribute treasure and looks quite extraordinary, but it's still much worse than blue-white smoothie. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to observe it so closely and still be fine." Han Fei nodded. "I know." Then Han Fei said to Little Black, "Son, can this be eaten? Let's eat it." Little Black responded coolly, "Yes." Little Black opened his mouth wide, and the surrounding hot fire suddenly drilled into Little Black's stomach. The fire dragon bead was naturally swallowed by Little Black. On the surface of Little Black's body, the fire was boiling, and from time to time, the fire dispersed in all directions. Then, with a thought from Han Fei, Little White in Forge the Universe seemed to have a reaction. Immediately, Han Fei released Little White. As a result, the 2 little fish, one black and one white, circled each other again and swam like the Tai Chi Yin and Yang, which was a sign of their advancement. Sure enough, Little Black and Little White flashed and advanced again, and they didn't stop. Judging from this, after this fire dragon bead, Little Black and Little White would at least advance to level 65. Han Fei thought it would take some time for this advancement. Since there was no danger here, he sat cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries. While Han Fei was cultivating, the outside world was already in an uproar. Zhang Xiaotian, who was defeated by Han Fei, didn't really leave. As a reincarnated expert, knowing that there were treasures hidden under this mountain, how could Zhang Xiaotian give up so easily? The The path taken by Han Fei just now should be the best one. It was a place that had been left. But now he needed to open a new path by himself. As long as the location was basically confirmed, they would know which path to take after trying it out. In the end, they would be able to get there. So, Zhang Xiaotian blew up a few other mountains. After blasting through 3 mountains in a row, Zhang Xiaotian really managed to open up a path for him. When the last mountain was blown up again, blood energy soared into the sky like a pillar of light. With this disturbance, the other living beings that had been madly converging towards this place, if they didn't have a target before this, then they would have a target. But now they had a target. Outside this dragon vein, all kinds of creatures were gathering. Tens of thousands of beasts were already shuttling between the mountains. Demonic plants emerged from the ground and moved to the depths of the mountain. Giant birds were hovering at low altitude, scanning the mountains. The heavenly talents of the Waterwood Heaven, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, and the Baibei Royal City had all gathered, but at least half of them had come. These people, without exception, all rushed to the mountain that was blown up by Zhang Xiaotian. In fact, it wasn't just these people. All sorts of creatures were also heading towards that place. This was a typical example of someone clearing the way and the latecomers catching up. About 6 hours later, the cave that was emitting blood energy was already surrounded by a sea of creatures. However, the strange thing was that, apart from the geniuses of the 3 great forces, no other living beings entered the cave. Instead, they were absorbing the blood qi that was seeping out from the cave. In reality, everyone, including Zhang Xiaotian, knew that this blood energy was extraordinary. But Heaven's prides were smart and greedy. If even a little bit of blood energy was so extraordinary, how extraordinary would the treasure inside be? Therefore, a large group of people had already rushed in. However, the 3 parties had formed their own formations. Now that they had suddenly gathered together, they were once again evenly matched. Pran Yu Wei, Umbrella Chi, and Su Yi were together. The Baibei Royal City had 5 people. The blood demons of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were extremely sensitive to blood and flesh. Therefore, there were 6 of them gathered here, and there might be even more coming. The Waterwood Heaven had the least people. There were only 3 of them. At this moment, the 3 forces did not make a move. Before them was a long river. This river was not as simple as an ordinary underground river. The water here was red, and there was a thick blood energy on the surface. It looked very strange. More accurately, this should be called the Blood River, because no one knew where this river led to. Could they cross it? How? Therefore, at this moment, the 11 people from the Baibei Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were closing in on the 3 from the Waterwood Heaven. Pran Yu Wei smiled faintly. Aren't you Zergs always fearless of death? Why don't you dare to cross the river now? A one-horned bug buzzed. Humph. We Zergs are fearless, but that doesn't mean we are stupid. This river is filled with blood energy. Our senses cannot penetrate it, and we can't see the end. We don't even know where it leads to. Who dares to cross it? Umbrella Chi sneered. Do you think you have a choice? Cross it now or die. Runes flashed under the feet of a blood demon. There are only 3 of you. Do you think you can stop the dozen of us? Just as the 2 sides were arguing, they suddenly turned and looked at the blood river. He could only see a small boat swaying and drifting over. The big bird from the Sky Clan of the Waterwood Heaven was quite knowledgeable. He had seen Han Fei use this kind of thing before. It seemed to be called a boat. Chapter 1342. In the region of Shuemu Heaven, including the creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, no one had any concept of a ship, let alone the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the Baibei Royal City. To most cultivators, they had never even heard of a ship. Most of the time, they would occasionally see the existence of a ship in the boundless, mysterious realm of the vast sea. However, a ship would either be made of special materials or stored in a special place. Otherwise, it would be corroded after being soaked in water for a long time and nothing would be left. When the big bird saw the ship, it sent a voice transmission, "Follow me." The creatures that could come to the island were at least elites, who would be willing to wait for death. The big bird and the worm were not stupid. Of course, the three of them would not challenge more than a dozen enemies. If they were really that stupid, these people would not have been sent to this island to fight for resources. Swoosh! The big bird suddenly grabbed two worms with its claws and flapped its wings. A strong wind blew as it flew toward the ship. Everyone, including Prawn Yue and the others, felt that the ship was very strange. Even though they were elites, they did not recognize it. However, the bird knew what a ship was, so it naturally thought that it was safe. That was why it flew toward it. "Where are you going?" "Come down." When the people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the Bai Bei Royal City saw that the three people from Shuemu Heaven actually dared to fly toward the ship, they thought that the bird had discovered something. How could they give way now? Immediately, two people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the Bai Bei Royal City flew up at the same time. At the same time, he also flew towards the ship. Although the two parties did not know what a ship was, seeing that the three people from Shuemu Heaven were flying toward it, it meant that it was safe. Su Yi from the Bai Bei Royal City, who had just entered the 10th place on the prodigy list, also flew toward the ship. Perhaps he wanted to show off in front of Prawn Yue and the others and gain their recognition. Or perhaps he was too proud to enter the prodigy list. As for Prawn Yue, he only threw his spear. The remaining 4 people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City used their talismans. Flames, serpents appeared in the air, along with countless saber images that slashed towards the big bird and the others. However, even the giant bird itself did not expect that the moment it grabbed the 2 bugs and flew into the river of Blood Chi, its wings instantly felt as if they were filled with lead. After flying for less than 1,000 feet, its body began to rapidly descend. Bzzz. The 2 insects that were caught immediately flapped their wings, relieving the pressure on the giant bird. This was the benefit of being a water and wood heavenly spirit. They all had the ability to fly. With the 3 of them flying at the same time, it was much easier. However, this drop was almost irreversible. The 3 of them could only feel the weight on their bodies getting heavier and heavier. The big bird roared, "Burn your blood essence and spiritual energy. Fly over." Who? At that moment, 3 balls of light, burning with chi and blood, flapped their wings frantically and flew toward the small boat thousands of meters away. However, the people who were chasing after the giant bird were different. The problem was, they had no wings. The moment they flew out, someone had already noticed this problem. A person from the White Shell Kingdom had only flown 1,000 feet when he found that his body was sinking uncontrollably. He immediately wanted to turn around and turn back. However, with a clang, he actually crashed into an invisible barrier. Shrimp Yue and Umbrella 7 were dumbfounded. There was actually a barrier here. At this time, Shrimp Yue and Umbrella 7 had already noticed that their attacks had fallen in midair and couldn't hit their opponents at all. Obviously, they had miscalculated. There was indeed a problem with this Blood Chi River. The person who wanted to come back grabbed onto the glass-like barrier with all his might, but he still slid straight down. He immediately shouted, "Help me!" Apart from Shrimp Yue and Umbrella 7, another person stretched out a long whip, trying to catch that person. However, as soon as the long whip was caught, the person who helped found that he was being pulled over uncontrollably. Shrimp Yue and Umbrella 7 retreated at the same time and pulled together. With a bang, the long whip broke, and the person stopped moving forward. The person who pulled the long whip couldn't fly in the direction of the boat, nor could he go ashore. He almost dragged another person into the water with him. He stepped on the invisible barrier and wanted to go back to chase the boat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Splash! As the first person to fall into the Blood Chi River, everyone's eyes, including the perception of the giant bird at the front, fell on him. However, The moment he crashed into the Blood-Chi River, he seemed to be fine. The person suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "There's an invisible gravitational force here. I can't fly for long. I'll swim through the water." "Oh no, my leg!" Halfway through his sentence, the person's expression suddenly changed, and he began to struggle wildly. Umbrella 7 shouted, "What's wrong with your leg?" The person was horrified. As he tried to swim back with his hands, he shouted, "I can't feel my leg at all." However, at this moment, no one was talking to him. This was because everyone saw that the flesh on the person's hands were melting, and the white bones were already visible. Using the strength of his hands, he made part of his body float out of the Blood-Chi River. However, this scene was even more horrifying. They saw that the flesh below his chest had all melted, leaving only the white bones. Shrimp Yoe's expression was solemn. "There's no hope." Umbrella 7 and the other person had ugly expressions, especially the person who had helped just now. He was covered in cold sweat. What the hell was this place? He had only soaked in the Blood-Chi River for a while, and his flesh was gone. This was too horrifying. The giant bird and the two insects in front of them instantly panicked. Suyi was also panicking. What the hell was this? Was the Blood-Chi River so horrifying? Among the two blood demons, a large number of curses appeared on the body of one of them. The space around him blurred, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters forward. At this moment, the giant bird was the first to rush onto the boat. He suddenly flapped his wings, and hundreds of long feathers shot out like sharp arrows. One of the insects was about to crash into the Blood-Chi River. Fortunately, a large feather shot at his feet. He stepped on the feather, jumped, and finally flew onto the boat. The other insect was slightly better. Even with his own strength, he could rush onto the boat. The moment the two insects came up, the giant bird shouted, "Explode!" Bang, bang, bang. Blood splashed across the sky, and the huge thrust made the boat start to move away at high speed. The few people who had some hope were dumbfounded at this moment. Suyi hollered, "Don't even think about leaving." The other two blood demons, one of whom was not strong enough, screamed, "Sister Wolf, save me." However, the blood demon in front of her who could cross the void didn't care about her at all. It was a matter of life and death. Who could you blame for not being strong enough? You could only blame yourself for not being strong enough. The one called Sister Wolf looked at Suyi and said, "The one from the White Shell Kingdom. You and I will work together to fight the three of them. Otherwise, none of us can do it." Hearing that, Suyi immediately agreed. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he would agree at this moment. Bang, bang. The wave of blood created by the giant bird was broken, and one of the insects buzzed. That scared me to death. That blood demon fell down too. The other insect buzzed. "What are you looking at? Don't you see that those two are already chasing after us?" The two insects bickered. "Poke them down too." "Heaven-seeking horn, I'll block it. I'll block your lungs." The giant bird flapped its wings, and with a whoosh, it set off a gust of wind. Hundreds of large feathers flew directly toward the blood demon that suddenly escaped. Bang, bang, bang. Swish. They were all risking their lives. Who didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? The blood demon wanted to block it with the rune armor. In the end, she underestimated the strength of the insect. The horn covered 100 feet in the air, and all its strength was concentrated in this horn. How could she block it so easily? With a bang, the woman was also directly knocked into the long river of Blood-Chi. Ah, Suyi, who was also rushing toward the giant bird, was startled. Those who could come to the island were all prodigies. He had just forced his way up. After all, the Ichthyosaur King had killed the 8th to 12th places. It was finally Suye's turn. In fact, Suyi was still a distance away from the true 10th place on the prodigy roll. The Ichthyosaur King had the close distance technique. The Ichthyosaur King would only need a few steps to snatch the boat. But what about him? A large horn struck horizontally, and several hundred flying feathers swept over as well. To Shui Mutian and the others, they were always willing to sacrifice themselves as long as they could get rid of him. Su Yi really wasn't confident that he could fight 3 at once. However, if he couldn't get on the boat, he would still die. Su Yi had no choice but to fight. However, just as he was about to use his whip to break through the horn and use it to force his way through the flying feather formation, he saw another ship in front of him. Su Ye's face lit up with joy, but then he felt terrible. That boat was more than 2,000 meters away from him, but he was less than 6 meters away from the Blood River. He couldn't fly over. With a thought, Su Yi tossed a set of battle armor into the river of blood chi. He tapped his foot on the ground and leaped with all his might, shouting, "Explode!" Boom! The giant bird and the insect didn't have time to attack Su Yi. They could only shout, "Guard the boat." Su Yi used this chance to cross the river and landed on another boat in the blink of an eye. Prawn Yu Wei, Umbrella Chi, and the others watched the Blood River quietly. Prawn Yu Wei looked at Su Yi, who was controlling the boat in the distance, and said indifferently, "Don't panic. Since there's a second one, there will be a third, a fourth." On the other side, the remaining blood demons were also discussing. They made it clear that they wouldn't move until the boat arrived. The first one, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1343. While these people were thinking about how to cross the river of blood and chi, Han Fei had just opened his eyes from cultivation. Little Black and Little White had successfully advanced. Sure enough, as expected, these 2 little fellows had both advanced to level 65. At this moment, they were swimming around happily. The sense of alienation between Little Black and Little White was gone. Previously, when Little White swallowed the blue sea smoothie, Little Black avoided it as soon as it came out. After all, Little White was too cold at that time, and Little Black didn't dare to approach it. Now, after swallowing this fire dragon pearl, plus the part of the alien fire that he had swallowed before, Little Black was barely able to resist the extreme coldness on Little White. However, even so, although the 2 little fish began to play again, Little Black still deviated a little and didn't dare to be too close to Little White. It could be seen that the power that Little Black ate was not enough. Han Fei couldn't help but think, "Son, don't panic. Wait for me to find some more treasures. When the time comes, I'll get you a 10,000-year-old big red trunk, and you can eat it as much as you want." While Han Fei was teasing Little Black and Little White, he suddenly felt the ground shake. It seemed that in a place not far away, there was a battle breaking out, and the impact of some power triggered the earth veins. Because of the violent vibration, Han Fei could feel that this power was not far away from him. Han Fei was shocked. He didn't come for the fire dragon pearl. His real goal was the dragon origin chi. He hadn't even seen it yet. In this case, he couldn't let others rob him of it. Han Fei immediately said, "Little White, feel the source of the vibration." Because the vibration of the explosion was too close, Little White turned his head and looked at a corner of the cave. "Dad, over there, go down." Han Fei praised, "Hey, my daughter is really awesome." Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water appeared, turned into a blade top, and began to drill on the scale-like rock wall. Clank, clank, clank. Even with the infinity water, it took Han Fei more than 10 minutes to drill a hole in this rock wall. It was like a drilling machine, rapidly drilling through the ground. After about the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Han Fei felt more and more relaxed. In the end, he actually encountered a tunnel that had already been dug. Someone dug a tunnel? Wait, it wasn't just dug out. These marks seemed to have existed for countless years. The old turtle said, "The blood energy ahead is very heavy." Han Fei sniffed and said, "Yes, let's go take a look." Because the road ahead was unimpeded, Han Fei ran fast. In a few dozen breaths, they arrived at an underground port. Yes, the reason why he was sure that this was a port was that there was a small river crossing here. There were 9 boats by the river. These boats were not very big. They were about twice the size of his wind god boat. Looking at the material, it seemed to be made of ordinary wood. However, Han Fei certainly knew that this ship was extraordinary. How many years had this place been isolated from the rest of the world? Just by looking at the red river water and the thick smell of blood on the surface of the river, you could say, could a boat that could sail on this strange river be ordinary? Han Fei pondered for a moment, reached out, pulled out a shark, and threw it to the shore casually. The shark's body, half in the water, half on the shore. Then a horrifying scene appeared. Half of the shark's body began to melt, and the flesh and blood melted in the blink of an eye. Han Fei casually pulled out most of the fish bones. The old turtle said in surprise, "A blood pool? Such a large blood pool must be haunted by evil things." Han Fei bared his teeth. "No way. Are you sure it's an evil thing? Will the dragon essence be in this land of evil things?" The old turtle said, "Well, I don't know much about the dragon essence. However, as far as I know, there are many reasons for the formation of a blood pool. The most common situation is that a great war has taken place here and a strong master has died. The strong master's vitality is not extinguished and his soul is dying. In the end, he wants to be resurrected and devours other creatures with his own flesh and blood. In fact, this kind of person is quite stupid. He even believes this kind of nonsense." Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Haha, he even believes rumors. He's really stupid. What else?" The old turtle said, "And some people are in a half-dead state and use this method to absorb the vitality of foreign objects to nourish themselves in order to revive in the future. However, few people can really revive themselves. At least, I haven't seen many in my long life." The old turtle paused. "There is another kind, which is that someone is raising corpses. They are raising corpses with the vitality of the dead masters. However, no one knows how many years this place has been empty. Even if they are raising corpses, they may have left long ago." Han Fei's heart did a flip. What if they haven't left? The old turtle was silent for a moment. Then they should be very powerful. If they can raise corpses to this day, I'm afraid the things they raise will be extremely terrifying. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers, but he didn't expect anything. The old turtle said, "What the hell are you pinching? The heavenly secrets here are all chaotic, which means that anything can happen. No matter how you pinch it, it's useless." Han Fei pondered for a moment and decided to try. If he guessed right, the dragon essence would definitely be extraordinary. If he didn't dare to fight for it, someone would definitely fight for it. If someone fought for it, someone would definitely fight for it. In that case, why didn't he fight for it? He was walking on the path of invincibility. Besides, in terms of speed, there shouldn't be any creature that could match him. Thinking so, Han Fei immediately walked to the ferry. Looking at the boats, Han Fei grinned. He jumped onto a boat, stretched out his hand, and the other boats disappeared on the long river of blood. "I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it." The old turtle was speechless. "What are you doing? Are you afraid that someone will come to compete with you?" Han Fei smiled. "Everything is possible. I've already walked the path. I can't open a path for others for free. Besides, what if the boats break down halfway? I have to keep a few for myself, right? The point is, if I walk on someone else's path and leave them with no way to go, won't all the opportunities be in my hands?" The old turtle was speechless. He thought to himself, "I've never seen such a shameless person. He took away all the boats by himself. He's not leaving opportunities for others." The old turtle said, "Then you'd better hurry up and go. The vibration just now seems to have erupted from this blood pool. This at least means that someone has been here and has already gone in." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That makes sense. Since I have to explore this place, I must get the opportunities." Han Fei jumped onto the boat, pushed his palm with one hand, and the blood quickly drifted into the pool. "On the way," Han Fei said. "Old Yuan, what do you think is under this blood pool?" The old turtle said, A blood pool is a blood pool. Generally, there is nothing under the blood pool. Basically, everything that can be corroded has been corroded. Of course, some things that can't be corroded will stay below. However, no one can get them. But, relatively speaking, generally no one can get them. Take this blood pool as an example. Even if your physique is amazing, you will die if you go down. There is no second possibility. Oh, so corrosive? The old turtle said disdainfully. What's so high about it? This blood pool is not terrible. I've heard of a blood pool purgatory, which is a place where people can be crowned emperors. Legend has it that even a venerable emperor can be corroded. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Have you seen it? The old turtle nodded. I've heard of it. Then you haven't seen it. The old turtle couldn't help but be furious. Nonsense. If I had seen it, would I still be here chatting with you? I would have been corroded. Han Fei looked at the river and couldn't help but sigh. In other words, there may be a lot of good things hidden under this blood pool. It's just that no one can get them. The old turtle didn't comment on this point. Han Fei took out his fishing hook and pondered for a moment. I'll just make another fishing line if I throw it away. With my current strength, I can hunt all creatures below the venerable level. Swish! When the hook was put down, Han Fei pulled it back in less than 2 seconds, only to find that the hook was broken. Prepared for the corrosion of the fishing line, Han Fei was not discouraged at all. He stretched out his hand, and spiritual energy gathered into a net. Han Fei threw the net of spiritual energy, but before he could pull it up, he immediately felt that he had lost contact with the spiritual energy. It turned out that this blood pool could even corrode spiritual energy. Tisk, interesting. The old turtle rolled his eyes. Don't try. What do you think the blood pool is? Is it a fish pond? Han Fei shrugged. I'm just trying. What if I succeed? Han Fei took the boat and drifted along the river. After only an hour, he saw a white mist. When he saw the mist, Han Fei immediately felt that something was wrong. Usually, when a mist appeared in such a weird place, it meant that something bad was going to happen. Fuse! Without the slightest hesitation, with Han Fei's current strength and the growth of Little Black and Little White, there would be no side effects if he just fused them. Besides, after the fusion, as long as he didn't fight, Han Fei could still maintain it for a long time. Using the yin-yang divine eyes, the moment Han Fei entered the mist, his face suddenly changed. In the mist, there was an aura that he was familiar with. Dragon might. The old turtle asked, but Han Fei ignored him. Dragon might? Is the azure dragon still alive? Wait, who said there would be no pressure after the dragon died? Han Fei realized that in the ideal palace, just a dragon soul made his body almost unable to move. In this mist, although there was dragon might, it was far from enough to make his body unable to move, although his strength was different from that of the past. However, in the face of the pressure of such a strong master, the so-called law enforcers and explorers probably didn't have much difference. The reason why the pressure was not enough might be because there was no dragon soul here, let alone a living dragon. Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately felt a lot more relieved. Bam! Just at the moment when Han Fei felt relieved, he heard the sound of fighting. Han Fei sensed that there were explosive ripples coming. Han Fei murmured, "More than 300 kilometers? I can go and have a look." Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1344. When Han Fei came to the place where the battle broke out just now, he found that an insect had turned into a human form and was fighting with dozens of blood pythons with a strange weapon like a vajra in its hand. When he saw those blood pythons, Han Fei was stunned. Were they transformed by the blood in the blood pool? Half of their bodies were in the blood pool, and the other half were outside the blood pool. They were about 20 meters long. Why were so many of them here? Obviously, the insect was having a hard time killing them. When it saw Han Fei, it exclaimed, "Han Fei, come on, help me." Han Fei clenched his fists and punched out a series of golden fist marks. With a point of the infinity water, the 10,000 knives in one swept out and killed these blood pythons in an instant. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" The insect hummed and sat on the boat. "We've split up. When we came in, there were 3 of us, and we found that this long river of blood and qi actually had many tributaries which flowed to different places. It happened that we could see other boats on this long river of blood and qi, so we proposed to split up and find the way. In this way, we would have a better chance." Han Fei frowned. "Many tributaries?" Han Fei was stunned. Why didn't I see any tributaries? However, Han Fei didn't panic and quickly asked, "What about these big pythons? Are there many blood pythons at the bottom of this blood pool?" The insect nodded quickly. "Yes, there are many. I'm afraid of snakes, but what I'm afraid of comes, and such a big one. I'm so scared." Han Fei was about to say, "Maybe you're just unlucky." However, suddenly Han Fei realized that something was wrong. What did he fear? Han Fei couldn't help but take a deep look at the insect and suddenly said, "Not good. Another snake is coming." The insect hummed, picked up its weapon, and stood on the side of the boat. Where? Han Fei said hurriedly, "Look carefully. Don't you see it?" The insect shivered slightly, but the next moment it saw a big, dark, red shadow passing by at the bottom of the water. Hula! The blood broke apart, and a huge head stretched out. Huh! The blood python roared, but there was no smell in its mouth, only blood spewing out. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Is there something wrong with this place? In fact, when Han Fei shouted that there were snakes in the pool, there were no snakes in the pool at all. It was only because the worm was staring at the blood pool that the blood python emerged from it. At the moment when the blood python emerged, no information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. In this way, Han Fei was certain of one thing. The creatures in the blood pool were created by the fear in people's hearts. This insect was afraid of snakes, so when it was alone on the boat, it would worry if there were any living creatures in the pond. In other words, snakes, therefore. All of this actually stemmed from his fear. Han Fei was not in a hurry to help kill the blood python. He just let the insect and the blood python fight. The Vajra scepter-like weapon in the insect's hand shone brightly. In the void, the insect horn was also colliding. Bang! 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 The blood python's defense was extraordinary. It was able to completely block the insect's all-out attack. The old turtle was amazed, so that's how it is. It wasn't that the insect wasn't powerful. It was just that the blood python was his own idea. Therefore, the true strength of the blood python was completely determined by the insect itself. If it thinks it can't beat it, it can't beat it. If it thinks it can beat it, it can beat it. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's why I feel that this place is very strange. It even has such a weird technique. Han Fei immediately thought of the sun-moon shells flying in front of him. However, they never appeared. Humph, not reliable. Han Fei wondered if a large amount of spiritual spring and spiritual fruits could emerge from this blood pool. However, this idea might be too far-fetched, so there was no response. The insect was still fighting. Seeing that Han Fei was motionless, it immediately became anxious. Han Fei, this big snake is extremely fierce. Help me. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water rolled up, and the bloody snake collapsed. The insect was taken aback and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, Han Fei, has your strength already reached such a level?" Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Damn it, this blood python is a figment of your imagination. In fact, it's not particularly powerful. You think it's powerful, so it's powerful. I think it's vulnerable, so it's vulnerable and can be destroyed easily. The insect froze for a moment, as if its brain hadn't figured it out yet. After a long pause, it said, "I thought of it." Han Fei shrugged. "Why don't you try to think of another one?" The insect shook its head like a rattle and hummed. I don't like snakes. There are no big snakes in this Blood Chi River. They're all fake and illusory. In fact, there's nothing in them. The insect muttered to itself for a long time before it managed to calm itself down. Han Fei finally asked, "Okay, who are you? How many people came with you?" This insect was not an idiot. Since it was a top heavenly talent of the insect clan, it naturally had a way to control its thoughts when it realized the problem here. The insect said, "I am Insect Lulu. I came with Chong Xiaochong and Phoenix Head Achi. The three of us found this place, but we were chased by more than a dozen people from the Baibei Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. We had no choice but to enter this Blood Chi River. Later, when we floated on this river, we found that the Blood Chi River was sandwiched by mountains and there were many tributaries. Because no one was chasing us, we scattered to explore." "Is that so?" Han Fei couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He was not surprised that two silly insects and a bird escaped from so many people. They were all top heavenly talents and nothing was impossible. But this insect said there were many paths here. Then the question was, why didn't I encounter any mountains when I came here? Why didn't I find any roads? Han Fei immediately said, "Follow me now." With a thought, Han Fei used Little White's sensitivity to danger to track treasures. After a slight pause, he began to fly in a certain direction in the mist. There was no telling if he had been instilled with thoughts by Insect Lulu. But after only about 10 minutes, Han Fei encountered a mountain. Within the range of visibility in the mist, Han Fei found 3 tributaries. Insect Lulu buzzed. "Look, I'm not lying to you. There are many roads." When he saw this road, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Shut up and close your eyes. I'll control the boat." Han Fei suspected that this road was an illusion. So he simply closed his eyes and sailed with Little White's perception. Bam! After sailing for less than half an hour, nothing happened. It seemed to be very safe on this Blood Chi River. But at this moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and stepped onto the bow of the boat. Insect Lulu opened its eyes and immediately appeared next to Han Fei. Bug looked at the blood pool and saw a black mass of unknown things swimming past. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Insect Lulu said, "I didn't think of it. My mind is clear now." Han Fei nodded. "I know. It's not an illusion this time. It seems that there are really creatures in this blood pool." Giggle! Then he heard a faint cracking sound coming from the hull of the ship. Han Fei and Insect Lulu turned their heads, only to see that many palm-sized soft things similar to abalones had climbed on the side of the boat. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, blood toad, introduction, a kind of plankton that feeds on poison and blood. High temperature and poison can't kill them. Their bodies can resist tens of thousands of degrees of heat, and their poison sacs are even effective on venerable realm creatures. Once the blood toad sticks to the body, it will turn into a pool of blood and become highly toxic. It will integrate into the body of the absorbed person and won't leave until the absorbed person loses all its energy. Level 63 quality rare contained spiritual energy greater than 7,943 points. Effect: inedible, collectible, blood poison, absorbable. Remarks: they are a group of creatures. The louder the noise, the easier it is to attract their attention. Han Fei didn't know what to do when he saw those creatures. Insect Lulu stretched out a big, hook-like hand, as if trying to hook these blood toads to death. Han Fei shouted, "Don't let them touch your body. You can only attack them from a distance." Insect Lulu was taken aback and immediately withdrew his hand. He opened his mouth and roared, "Ah!" Clatter! A patch of bloody toads exploded from the shockwave. However, the blood toads in the water were surging. More and more blood toads popped up on the surface of the river. Han Fei secretly cursed, "This idiot, you don't even know what they are, and you're already using this kind of ranged attack." The range of the sound attack was extremely wide. Or you can just use infrasound waves. You only need one shock wave to directly shatter these blood toads. But look, you just shouted it out. I'm afraid the surrounding blood toads didn't want to come here, but they were attracted by you. Han Fei shouted, "Stop shouting! Are you an idiot?" With a thought, Han Fei launched the million knife art. A large number of blood toads were cut with one knife. However, the water around Han Fei and Insect Lulu had completely surged. Bam! He saw a bulging water bag explode, and the blood toad burst out like a fountain. F***CK. Even Insect Lulu, who had long been used to the insect sea tactic, was a little panicked when he saw this movement. Han Fei grabbed Insect Liolio's big horn and with a swish appeared a kilometer away. The two boats behind him were directly lost. At the moment Han Fei left the boat, the two boats were pushed up. A large number of blood toads crawled all over the hull, filling the boat. Han Fei stood proudly in the air. With the closed distance technique, he covered a kilometer in one step and quickly jumped out of the space. Insect Lulu froze for a moment and then shouted, "Not good, our boat is gone." Han Fei took 17 or 18 steps in a row, then waved his hand, and a new boat reappeared on the long river of Blood Chi. As soon as the two of them landed on the boat, Han Fei immediately scolded, "Don't use sound wave attacks. Shut up. You bugs are the best at blabbering all day long. Roar!" Soon after the two of them landed on the boat, they heard a faint sound coming from a distance. Han Fei frowned. That seemed to be the sound of a dragon? Chapter 1345. Han Fei had been longing for it. He kept thinking about the dragon origin chi and thought to himself, "I can't let it be snatched away by others." Therefore, after hearing the dragon roar, Han Fei hurriedly started the ship without any hesitation. He wasn't worried about the lack of boats at all. After all, there were 9 more in Forge the Universe. Han Fei pushed his palms, and the surface of the river of blood and chi exploded. Like a hovercraft, the river was pushed forward in the opposite direction. Chong Lulu watched from the side, feeling a little speechless. He thought to himself, "My sound wave is a little loud, but no matter how I look at it, it's not as loud as yours." The dragon roar was not close. Han Fei felt that it was at least 1,000 kilometers away. At this time, the two of them hadn't left the waters of the bloody toads. Han Fei's movement had indeed alarmed the bloody toads. Although they weren't fast, neither was Han Fei. Bloody toads gathered along the way. Soon, Han Fei and Chong Lulu saw waves of blood surging behind them. Chong Lulu buzzed loudly, "They're here, they're here." Don't panic. He was in a state of shock. So what if he disturbed them? We haven't caught up yet, have we? The boat on the river of Blood Chi was not a fishing boat after all. Therefore, its speed was not fast, even though Han Fei kept slapping the river. In less than half an hour, the bloody toads in the front and the back had gathered. At this time, the two of them had only run about 500 miles. At the moment when the fishing boat under his feet was swallowed by the blood toad, Han Fei grabbed Belilio again and stepped on the air, covering a kilometer with each step. Chong Lulu only felt that people like Han Fei were really powerful. Even in such a dangerous place, he could still be so unyielding and rash. Besides, wasn't Han Fei using the closed distance technique? It was said that this was the law enforcement ability of the Fish Dragon King in the Bai Bei Royal City, but he didn't expect that Han Fei could also use it. Chong Lilio's thoughts were simple. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, our Shuemu Heaven's pride is more powerful. What white shall royal city? What blood sea divine would city?" It was all rubbish. Han Fei and Chong Lulu were still controlling the boat and rushing forward. Not only Han Fei and the others were attracted, but other people were also attracted. Thousands of kilometers away, Zhang Xiaoyan's hands were trembling as he stood on a piece of land. In front of him was a spirit fruit that looked like a blood jade. Even before his reincarnation, he didn't recognize this thing. Now he was even more dumbfounded. After picking the spiritual fruit, Zhang Xiaotian looked back at the river of blood and qi. Someone must have discovered this place and was on their way. Unfortunately, this place was too strange. Had it not been for the dragon might riddle barrier which had delayed him for too long, Zhang Xiaotian felt that he would have long found the correct path. It should be said that he was the fastest one. Although Han Fei came in directly from the entrance was definitely not easy to walk. If there were no accidents, Han Fei would encounter some treasures, but it would take time to collect them. After all, Zhang Xiaotian had collected quite a lot of things along the way, which had taken up quite a lot of time. But it seemed that the most important thing was still ahead. As a prodigy, Zhang Xiaotian didn't have any sense of crisis. Even if he had to fight Han Fei head-on, he wouldn't back down. This time, who got more treasures, him or Han Fei? Zhang Xiaotian wasn't sure. However, it was obvious that he was faster than Han Fei in terms of speed. As for the other heavenly talents, Zhang Xiaotian didn't care at all. In his eyes, except for Han Fei, no one in the three forces could fight. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian just looked back and didn't plan to ambush them. Time was so precious that it was not worth it for him to ambush a few people and give up the possibility of getting the opportunity first. Zhang Xiaotian stepped into an ancient teleportation formation that appeared to be in ruins. The moment he entered the teleportation array, he set up a self-destruction array. Yes, he wasn't going to leave this path to others. Since he had used this teleportation array, he would destroy it. If Han Fei discovered it, who would be the winner? There was no way to tell. Just after Zhang Xiaotian left, in less than 20 seconds, a woman in a red gauze appeared on this land with a swish. Huh, nobody's here? The blood demon looked around and found that this so-called land was no more than 1,000 meters long. It wasn't the end of the river at all. Bam, bam, bam. Just as the woman was about to leave, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the river of blood qi. The woman's face changed greatly. Who's so crazy? There were living beings in the river of blood qi. Once he was targeted by that thing, he would be done for. After being shouted at like this, the woman directly jumped onto her own ship. She secretly pushed the hull of the ship forward and continued to search for the path. When Han Fei and Chong Lulu arrived, Chong Lulu shouted, "Han Fei, there's land and mud over there." Han Fei sniffed and frowned. Zhang Xiaotian had just stopped here, and another blood demon seemed to have stopped here too. Looking at the blood demons that were chasing him, Han Fei didn't go ashore but chose to pass by. When he passed by the land, Han Fei scanned it with his senses, only to be surprised. There were traces of teleportation arrays. The old turtle said, "You seem to be too slow." Han Fei shook his head. "Don't panic. I'm not the only one who came in." In front of them, Little Black and Little White were delayed by swallowing the Dragon Balls, giving them a slight advantage. However, don't panic. They're obviously not far ahead of me. I just need to catch up with them. Han Fei kept moving forward. After a while, he encountered some branches of the river of blood of different sizes that were cut off by the mountains. With Little White's help, Han Fei didn't stop at all, but continued moving forward along the river of blood. Somewhere, he encountered a dome of a mountain, and the two of them followed the river of blood and passed under the dome. However, after entering this tributary, Han Fei found that the dome above his head seemed to be getting shorter and shorter. He couldn't see the top just now, but now there was a dome 100 meters high, and the mountains on both sides of the river were slightly narrower. "Hiss! This seems to be the right way," the old turtle said telepathically. At this time, the blood demons behind him caught up again. Perhaps the entire river of blood qi was their territory. Han Fei stomped on the ground, and with a buzzing sound, 7 or 8 spirit gathering arrays were imprinted on the stone walls on both sides. Han Fei suddenly took out his fishing hook and cast it dozens of kilometers away. Swish! The spiritual energy generated by the spirit gathering arrays could indeed mislead the blood demons. After being hit by the blood demons several times, the spirit gathering arrays dimmed and all collapsed. At this time, Han Fei pulled the boat away with the help of the fishing line on the top of the distant mountain. When flying in the air, Han Fei and Little White saw that there was only a long river of blood left below. The spirit gathering arrays had all collapsed, and the blood demons would probably catch up slowly. However, in terms of speed, they were much slower than Han Fei now. After all, Han Fei was flying like a swing, and he could travel dozens of kilometers at a time. Therefore, the blood demons were not a threat, and he wouldn't be killed by a group of blood demons in the law enforcer realm. After traveling for more than 200 kilometers, Han Fei put one hand behind his back and cast the fishing hook from time to time, anchored it on the stone walls on the left and right banks, and swung forward. This method was quite labor-saving, and Little White was dumbfounded. Little White thought that this was the correct way to sail a boat. If he could only drift on the river, how slow would it be? Suddenly, Han Fei saw that on the top of the mountain in the distance, there seemed to be a boulder hanging down. After taking a closer look, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there were some traces of murals engraved on the boulder. Little White asked, "What's that?" Han Fei took a closer look. Those patterns were quite exquisite. Directly above the boulder, there was a monster with a human head and a snake body. It looked like a snake spirit, but it was a man, not a beautiful female snake. Beside the snake spirit, there were standing cranes that raised their heads and chirped, and swans that bent down and flew. That was all there were. The only creepy thing was that the eyes of the snake spirit seemed to be watching the people coming and going in the long river of blood. Han Fei frowned. Why are the snake spirit and a flock of auspicious birds drawn together? This kind of murals had no beginning or end, so it was really hard to guess. About half an hour later, Han Fei felt that this long river of blood should be coming to an end, because there was already the aura of vegetation on the shore. Sure enough, only 100 minutes later, Han Fei found a huge stone gate in the distance. Under the stone gate, from the shore to the gate, it turned out to be a wide road. In the middle of the road, there was a person walking at this moment. Han Fei took a closer look. Who else could it be if not Zhang Xiaotian? Little White shouted. It's Zhang Xiaotian, the strongest expert in the Bai Bei royal city. Han Fei said, "Shut up." I know. Zhang Xiaotian also realized that Han Fei and the others were coming, but he didn't even look back. It seemed that the people who came were not his enemies at all. Little White was about to jump ashore, but was pulled back by Han Fei, who shouted in a low voice, "This road is not easy to walk on." Han Fei looked at the road that was only a kilometer long and 100 meters wide. On both sides of the road, there was a row of vegetation and thorns. Because they looked so neat, Han Fei realized that the demonic plants on both sides should be a kind of killing restriction. Besides, Han Fei felt a strong pressure here, which could be seen from Chong Liolio's slightly trembling legs. Although Little White hadn't realized it yet, how could Han Fei not sense the dragon power here? Han Fei immediately turned his eyes to the T-shaped stone gate that was hundreds of meters high. On the stone gate, it was still the same painting he saw on the boulder just now. However, the painting on this gate was more complete. Han Fei glanced at it and found that this painting was divided into 3 parts. One part was T-shaped. The horizontal part was 100 meters wide and more than 50 meters high. This part of the painting was above the sky. Beside the snake spirit, there were standing cranes that raised their heads and chirping, and swans that bent down and flew. They were auspicious birds that belonged to the sky. On the left side of the snake spirit was a sun, and in the sun appeared a creature that Han Fei was familiar with, which turned out to be a 3-legged golden crow. Of course, he hadn't seen it before, but he had at least heard of it. On the right side of the snake spirit was the March moon. There was a fish shadow in the moon. Han Fei didn't know what it was. The second part was the part 100 meters below the T-shape, which should be the middle part of the painting. It was about 100 meters wide and more than 200 meters high. Han Fei could still understand the first half of it. That person seemed to be a very honorable expert in the ninth heaven. It was very likely that he was the so-called venerable sovereign. Then, Han Fei didn't know what the following part was. This part was obviously about the myriad clans in the human world. On the land, there were all kinds of creatures, but not many of them appeared. Among them, there were humans, beasts, and some strange creatures offering sacrifices. Above the sky, there were 3 temples. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Turtle, do you know what those 3 temples are?" The old turtle was silent for a long time. The legendary 3 divine temples. Han Fei was stunned. 3 divine temples? Which 3 divine temples? The old turtle pondered and said, "Don't ask me this question again. That's a place that even I am not qualified to ask. Few people know where they are. I just know that these 3 divine temples are very powerful. In addition to these 3 divine temples, there are some special forces that are not shown on this map. But once it comes to the temples, no matter how small the forces are, they are behemoths for you, even if you have become a king." The old turtle's voice was quite heavy. He didn't seem to want to discuss this issue. This was the first time that Han Fei found that the old turtle avoided talking about a problem so much. Han Fei didn't ask much. Obviously, these 3 divine temples were still far away from him. After all, even the old turtle didn't want to mention them. He had never even heard of them. Han Fei continued to read. The last part of this T-shaped map was the sea. In the sea, there were no cities, but there were many behemoths. In the map, a variety of marine creatures were depicted, from sharks to seaweed, to octopuses, shells, and so on. Among them, there was a row of relatively illusory figures. Among them, Han Fei recognized the mermaids. Their tails were very distinctive and beautiful. At the end, in the deep sea, there seemed to be a huge shadow. His scalp went numb. Was this the real world? Even kings were not a big deal. A single picture from the 9 heavens to the 3 godly halls and then to the ocean. The so-called immortal palaces and royal cities were not even mentioned. Han Fei even suspected that the history depicted in this map was far before the Age of Doom. If there were temples, it might be the so-called Age of Gods. Who? Han Fei frowned slightly. Maybe when I enter the immortal palace one day, I will have a chance to learn more about this obscure history. Chapter 1346. While Han Fei was in a daze, Chong Lulu looked at him and didn't dare to disturb him. After a long time, when Han Fei came back to himself, he asked, "How about it? Do you want to walk this road?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Do you want to walk in the front or the back?" Chong Lulu immediately said, "I'm very loyal. Of course, we'll walk together." Han Fei was speechless. "Loyal? Shouldn't you give way to me?" Of course. Han Fei didn't care about this. He asked this question to say that this road was not easy to walk on. If he wanted to walk in the front, there might be some danger. However, the brain capacity of the Zerg might not be enough, especially when it came to these twists and turns of thinking. Unless they had already passed the tribulation or reached the venerable realm. Han Fei looked back. Wait? Of course they couldn't wait. Although this road seemed to be only a kilometer long. Zhang Xiaotian had only walked more than 400 meters, not even 500 meters. Since this Zhang Xiaotian was a reincarnation, he should have the means to continue forward. Just like Bai Sujin, she was the reincarnation of the water fairy. How talented was she? Even when he just entered the demon-subduing tower, he hadn't divided his soul yet. Even when he fought with her, there were always wins and losses. This Zhang Xiaotian was also a reincarnation of a strong master. He was really not weak to have made it this far. After all, he had already passed the 4 Nine King tribulations, and the 9 bloody spears were really not weak. Han Fei frowned. With a thought, he grabbed an arrow from the void and shot it directly at Zhang Xiaotian. However, as soon as the arrow entered the top of the road, a golden stream of light flashed, and Han Fei felt that a huge force was reversed to him. Bam! 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 Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back in a row before he stopped, with a trace of blood dripping from his hand. Chong Lulu hurriedly said, "You can't attack. Even I can see that. In this case, how could he leave his back to you? There must be some rules on this road. Otherwise, he would never dare to do this." Han Fei nodded. "So, I was just testing him. The power of that arrow just now was not strong." Han Fei took a breath and said, "Okay, then come with me. However, if you feel that you can't go on, don't force yourself. In such a treacherous place, the more you force yourself, the less beneficial it will be." Chong Lulu immediately said, "Of course not. Our insectoid race has always been straightforward. If we can snatch resources, we will snatch them no matter what. If we can't snatch resources, even if they are placed in front of us, we won't snatch them." Han Fei was slightly stunned. Really? Did the Zergs know their limits so well? Why does he seem a little unreliable? Han Fei stepped onto the road without hesitation. As soon as his foot landed on the ground, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on his head. This feeling reminded Han Fei of the pressure he felt when he encountered the dragon soul in the ideal palace. Chong Lulu, who was next door, immediately fell to the ground with a bang the moment he entered. From his human form, he was pressed into a 2-horned Hercules beetle, lying on the ground like a turtle shell. Han Fei took a deep breath. Although this terrifying pressure was not weak, it was not enough to make him unable to move. This place was very much like a test. Perhaps the mysterious man he met on the grassland didn't know that there was such a place on the island. Han Fei couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Chong Lulu. "How about it? Can you still hold on?" Chong Lulu's voice was trembling. "I feel that I am going to die. My insect life is about to collapse. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. My divine soul is about to be crushed." Han Fei was helpless. "If you can't go forward, don't come up. To be honest, if you are like this, I'm afraid this opportunity has nothing to do with you." However, Chong Lulu replied tremblingly, "That's not possible. This kind of power is too terrifying. If I can withstand this pressure and continue to move forward, it will be of great benefit to my cultivation. Moreover, this opportunity might be given separately. It would depend on how far each person could go. It depends on how far each person can go. I am a heavenly talent of the insect race, and I will never admit defeat." When Han Fei heard this, he was almost amused by Chong Lulu. "You're already trembling like this. Why can't you admit defeat?" Han Fei thought of something. According to Chong Lulu, although he had just tried not to fight outside, could he still fight on the road? Han Fei thought of something again, grabbed a dozen array maps of the Great Plate Turtle Array, and threw them to Chong Lulu. "Take them. This is a defensive array. Whenever you encounter danger, uncover one of them. Take your time. I'll go first." Chong Lulu happily took the array map. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Under this kind of pressure, you still want to go first? Why don't you go to heaven? However, as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, he strode out. Yes, he strode out. Even in front of the dragon's soul, Han Fei could still run away. At this moment, the dragon's soul didn't come out. Why would Han Fei be afraid? Chong Lulu looked at Han Fei, who was quickly pulling away from him, and was speechless. "I'm also a heavenly talent of the insect race. Even if I can't compare to Han Fei, I can't be that much worse." Stimulated by Han Fei, Chong Lulu immediately propped up his claws, held his big horns, narrowed his eyes, and rushed forward crazily. Rushing all the way, Chong Lulu felt that he was being shocked every second. Every step forward, he felt that his claws were softening. He felt that he had rushed down very, very far. When he opened his eyes, Han Fei was even further away from him. Looking back, Chong Lulu was speechless. It turned out that after running for a long time, he didn't even run 50 meters. And Han Fei had already gone down 200 meters. Chong Lulu let out a long breath. It's terrible! Chong Lulu trembled all over and stopped moving forward, and Han Fei was not much better. After walking 200 meters, Han Fei felt that something was watching him. This feeling of being watched immediately reminded Han Fei of the feeling when he first met the dragon soul. This made Han Fei subconsciously use the invincible will. Sure enough, as soon as the invincible will was activated, a layer of golden light condensed on his body surface, and Han Fei immediately felt the pressure was greatly reduced. Then he continued to move forward and walked quickly. Zhang Xiaotian didn't need to look back at all. He had 3 hearts and 9 brains. Therefore, he could see Han Fei completely. Seeing that Han Fei could walk so fast despite his physical discomfort, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The invincible path? Zhang Xiaotian's face was ugly and his eyes were full of surprise. Although they had fought before, he didn't find that Han Fei had embarked on the invincible path. No wonder there was a special weird power in Han Fei's power when we fought before. Zhang Xiaotian immediately made up his mind. His body suddenly began to change. His feet turned into octopus tentacles, and he held 2 weird spears in his hands and supported them on the ground. The 2 of them walked one after the other, but Han Fei was obviously faster. After walking 300 meters, Han Fei took a break, looked at Zhang Xiaotian's back, and shouted with a smile, "Hey, slow down. Don't fall." Zhang Xiaotian snorted coldly. "Catch up with me first." The poor guy tried hard for a long time and only moved 80 meters away. He hadn't even covered 1/10 of the kilometer distance. At this moment, someone else arrived behind him. With a chirp, a big bird flapped its wings crazily to control the boat. At the same time, feathers flew all over the sky as if it was fighting someone. On the same boat as the big bird, an insect phantom was flying in the sky and colliding with a blood demon. Behind them, the 4 blood demons and Prawn Yoe's trio were all alive. However, the few of them only took 3 boats in total. The reason was obvious from the rising water in the distance. The blood demons were surging, probably because the boats had been consumed. At this moment, Phoenix Head 7 shouted, "Chong Xiaochong, it's Chong Lulu and Han Fei. Let's go ashore." Chong Xiaochong hummed, "I'm so tired. These people are so annoying." Chong Xiaochong shouted again, "Chong Lulu, we're here." Phoenix Head 7 said, "Something's wrong. They must have encountered some difficulties. Look, the 3 of them are in different positions and moving forward slowly." Chong Xiaochong was slightly relieved. It seemed that it didn't make much difference whether they came early or late. Not far away, Shrimp Yue and Umbrella 7 looked at each other. Shrimp Yue frowned. It's not convenient to fight in the Blood River. But what's going on that road? Why is it so difficult to walk 1,000 meters? Umbrella 7 said, "Look, Han Fei is catching up quickly and Xiaotian has slowed down." Another person said, "Can we sneak attack from behind?" Shrimp Yue sneered, "If you don't want to die, you can try. If it's really possible, do you think Han Fei and that insect will let go of this opportunity?" That person was slightly frightened. "Then it seems that we all have to go on that road." On the other side, a blood demon said, "This road may be a kind of test. Also, it seems that they can attack each other. Get ashore as soon as possible and don't fight with the bird and the insect." At this moment, Han Fei had barely reached 400 meters. However, there was only a thin layer of invincible will left on him. He looked back and found that everyone had come. However, there was nothing he could do now. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that there was a power slowly drilling into Zhang Xiaotian's body. Although it was small, it was there. The power was like a wisp of smoke, curling up gently. "Is that dragon origin qi. Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. Zhang Xiaotian had crossed 500 meters and even walked more than 50 meters. So he could absorb the dragon origin qi after 500 meters? Damn it, are you forcing me? Roar! Tiger King! There was a deafening roar. As soon as Limelight 7 and Xiaochong rushed into this road, they saw Han Fei roaring at the sky. Then his body began to change, and many strange colors appeared. A colorful tiger was formed just like that. As the saying went, dragons and tigers fought fiercely. Han Fei's pupils suddenly turned vertical. With the power of a king, he roared, and the surface of his body shone with golden light. Han Fei growled, "Today I will flatten your road." Chapter 1347. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have sensed the dragon origin qi. It was just that he had arrived a little too late, allowing Zhang Xiaotian to gain the upper hand. If he were to continue hiding it, wouldn't Zhang Xiaotian be the one to snatch away all of the opportunities? Han Fei's eyes narrowed, and his body glowed with golden light. Han Fei swung his body and leaped out like a tiger. He felt the pressure from all directions, but with a thought, he raised his head and roared fiercely. Huh! Behind him, Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong were all dumbfounded. Even Shrimp Yue found it hard to believe. What the hell was Han Fei? Was he really a human being? The phoenix-headed 7 murmured he's a beast. Is Han Fei a beast? Chong Xiaochong said, "It doesn't matter what race he is. Hurry up and charge forward. This pressure is too terrifying. It must be a great opportunity." Han Fei strode forward like a tiger, and it only took him 10 seconds to move forward 100 meters. Feeling the horror from his soul, Han Fei even roared, "I am an almighty king. How can I be suppressed by your mere coercion? Break it." Zhang Xiaotian had never seen such a domineering person. Seeing the ferocious beast that Han Fei turned into, his body trembled and his hair bristled, but he still moved forward. It only took a few seconds for Han Fei to reach him. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaotian, feeling the strange power that was drilling into his body, and couldn't help but sneer. "I'm going to take this opportunity." Zhang Xiaotian curled his lips. "It's not the end yet. I don't know what the result will be. You can take action now, and let me teach you a lesson." Han Fei ignored Zhang Xiaotian. "Do you think I'm stupid? Take action now. I'm bound to be restricted by the rules. The advantage that I've worked so hard to get here may be gone now." Thinking of this, Han Fei roared and opened his mouth. He used the devouring technique to devour the strange energy from the void. Who? When the surging dragon origin qi drilled into his body, the dragon origin qi wandered in his body, partly fusing with his flesh and blood, partly fusing with his bones, and partly making his mind clear. Han Fei couldn't help but feel refreshed. The dragon origin qi could actually enhance the growth of soul power, but there were clearly no ownerless souls. It was a pity that the mouthful he had swallowed was too little. At this moment, he was only a few meters ahead of Zhang Xiaotian. It was not yet time for him to be proud. Glaring Vajra. Fuse. Attach. Devil transformation. Han Fei's eyes changed color. A pair of eyes grew on his shoulders, and his body bulged. Behind him, a golden giant appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Han Fei had nothing to hide. Actually, even if these trump cards were to be displayed for others to see, they would not be able to do so. Except for the invincible will, it was really hard to distinguish the others. Han Fei felt that the soreness of his flesh and blood was greatly relieved. At this moment, he roughly understood what dragon essence qi was. In fact, it was a special kind of energy, although he did not know what the difference was between it and the primal chaos aura. However, this kind of energy could cleanse the body, improve the physique, and stabilize the soul. After going through the cleansing and baptism of the dragon Yuan-Chi, the most fundamental benefit was the increase in strength. However, this was not enough. If this was the only benefit, then the strong master in the grave shouldn't have emphasized it to him. Therefore, either this was not the real dragon origin chi, or the amount of dragon origin chi was not enough. At present, it seemed that both of these situations were possible. After all, he was now at the door of a door. This door hadn't been opened yet, and the road in front of it was not for ordinary people to walk. Could it be that the real dragon origin chi was inside the door? It was hard to say. Han Fei quickly surpassed Zhang Xiaotian. In the end, just as he was about to charge forward and reach the end in one go, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. As if the world had just been created, Han Fei found that his surroundings were blocked by heavy fog. Looking forward in the white fog in the 9 heavens' starry sky, there was a figure appearing. When he saw the figure, with a bang, Han Fei directly fell to the ground. The terrifying pressure even exceeded that of the dragon origin chi just now. Everyone, including Zhang Xiaotian, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Zhang Xiaotian suddenly realized that there should be a special power 600 meters away. Otherwise, with Han Fei's strong state just now, he would definitely go all the way. However, Han Fei's situation was not over yet. Puff, 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 puff. Cracks appeared on Han Fei's body, one after another. In an instant, golden blood surged out. Before, Zhang Xiaotian felt that Han Fei was not really much stronger than him, and it was just that Han Fei had been through the tribulation longer. But now, when he saw the golden blood flowing out, he was shocked. Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but murmur. Beyond the scope of human bloodline? Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. He was naturally different from those ordinary heavenly talents who had not seen much. He was old and experienced. Being able to reincarnate was not something that ordinary people could achieve. But at this moment, he was still shocked. Even in his previous lives, it was the first time that Zhang Xiaotian had seen someone transcend the limits of the species when he was only an explorer. Immediately, Zhang Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and stopped moving forward. At least, what Han Fei was experiencing now must be horrifying. He had to think about it. At the front, Han Fei, the Tiger King, was pressed to the ground. He tried his best to stand up, but it was still not enough. The phantom above the sky seemed to be staring at him. He couldn't even straighten his body with just a gaze. The old turtle was also shocked. Not good. This is not dragon power. This is emperor power. What did you see? Why is there emperor power? Huh. Han Fei let out a muffled roar from his throat. How the hell do I know? This be asterisk starred, he's looking at me. Hush! The old turtle was shocked. What are you cursing? Do you want to die? How dare you curse an emperor? You don't know how you died, do you? Han Fei grunted. What do you know? He's just a phantom, like the phantom reflected by the door. He's not a real person. The old turtle roared. You can't curse if he's not a real person. The perception of a venerable emperor is beyond your imagination. Even if he's 10 miles away from you, he may be able to perceive you. Maybe as long as you say his name, he will know that someone is thinking about him. Han Fei gritted his teeth. I don't know his name. No, I have to get up. I'm walking on the path of invincibility. Why am I lying on the ground? Huh. Han Fei stood up vigorously. In the end, when he was halfway up, he heard a cracking sound. His front claw broke. His bones were fractured. In the next second, he lay down again. Gulp. Everyone was dumbfounded by Han Fei's miserable look. What kind of terrifying pressure was this? Even a freak like Han Fei could be suppressed to such a state? Everyone looked at him again. Zhang Xiaotian was no longer moving. He was standing where he was and began to absorb the power that escaped from the void. Although he didn't seem to be absorbing much, he had been absorbing it all the time. Holy light technique. The healing holy light descended, and black and white flashed in Han Fei's eyes. He suddenly remembered one thing, the Taoist heart that the old turtle said. The old turtle said that a person's Taoist heart was so firm that he wouldn't feel any physical pain. To put it bluntly, he didn't care about himself. Han Fei didn't think he could reach that level for the time being. However, what if he forcibly erased this pain? God. Activate. God. Technique. Hum. The terrifying, holy light was descending. In an instant, the golden blood flowed backward on Han Fei's body, his wounds healed, and his bones recovered. Bam! Under everyone's astonished gaze, Han Fei suddenly stood up, raised his tiger head, and roared at the phantom. Huh! Han Fei once again gave the phantom 100 years of his lifespan. The moment he got up, he rushed on the road. Thud, thud, thud. Every time Han Fei took a step, the ground would shake violently. However, the moment Han Fei got up from the ground, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and the figure at the end of the white mist finally disappeared. In the eyes of others, Han Fei's figure began to fade as he ran. Then Han Fei's men disappeared. Zhang Xiaoyan's face changed greatly. Han Fei made it? Han Fei knows the apocalyptic divine technique? Han Fei has the humanoid king bloodline? Zhang Xiaotian once knew that a long time ago the king of man crossed the east. That was his great Tao. Han Fei could do it too? Could it be that the sovereign personage was still alive? Is there an inheritance from another generation? Seeing that he was only 30 meters away from him, Zhang Xiaotian hesitated. He had fought Han Fei before and knew how strong Han Fei's physique was. This was a guy who walked the path of invincibility and had a lot of luck on him. In the end, he even used the apocalypse divine art, and only then did he successfully cross this path. Could he do it? Zhang Xiaotian took a deep breath and tried hard for a long time before he finally reached the spot where Han Fei had fallen. He did not move forward, but instead began to absorb this strange energy. Zhang Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Someone like Han Fei is blessed with great fortune. It's the White Armor Emperor's job to think about how to deal with him. I'm still growing up. There's no need for me to fight to the death with Han Fei. Well then, Han Fei roared and rushed to the gate. However, as he rushed, the scene in front of him changed, and he came to a red land. On this land, there was a big bone which was 30,000 meters long. With the big bone as the boundary, there were a total of 95 branches of the river of blood and qi. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Han Fei gasped, This is a dragon bone. Chapter 1348. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a shocking scene in his life. This feeling was just like when he saw a dragon boat for the first time, and his heart was full of shock. When he first saw the dragon boat, Han Fei thought, how could there be such a big boat in this world? Now, Han Fei had the same feeling. How could there be such a huge creature in this world? Previously, Han Fei had some imagination about the dragons in myths and legends, and he thought he might encounter them in the future. However, even the dragons in his imagination were not so huge. Although Han Fei had seen the dragon soul in the ideal palace, he only saw a big head at that time. But now, all he could see were dragon bones. The bones were crystal clear like jade, and there were even faint red threads on them. The faint red threads on these dragon bones were still trembling slightly. It was as if many red threads were supporting this enormous body. Directly in front of Han Fei, there was a dragon head with dragon teeth and dragon horns on the head, just like in the legends. The horns were like deer, the head was like a camel, the eyes were like a rabbit, the neck was like a snake, the abdomen was like a snake, the scales were like a fish, the claws were like an eagle, the palms were like a tiger, and the ears were like a cow. Han Fei was still marveling at the magic of these dragon bones, when he suddenly thought this shouldn't be an azure dragon, right? After all, the thing he got earlier was a fire dragon pearl. But what about an azure dragon? It was also known as the azure dragon of the East. Although he didn't know if this was the correct name in this world. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like it was playing with fire. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the dragon bones that were overflowing with red threads and terrifying power, and slowly recovered from the previous shock. Gurgle, a faint red halo suddenly began to emerge from those red threads. From the outside, the dragon skeleton was covered in red threads that looked like blood vessels. However, Han Fei and the old turtle almost found something wrong at the same time. These red threads were all from the tributaries of the 95 blood rivers. And these threads were not blood at all, but the dragon origin energy that Han Fei had just swallowed. However, if the dragon origin energy outside the door was in the form of gossamer gas, then these threads were now like veins in the void, intertwining with each other. But now they were like veins in the void, intertwining with each other. In terms of quantity, it far surpassed the dragon essence qi in front of the giant door. The old turtle said, "This should be the so-called dragon essence energy. There's no doubt about it. But what I don't understand is that this dragon shouldn't be on par with venerable sovereigns. How did he die behind this door?" Han Fei frowned. "Are you sure we are behind the door?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I can't be sure, but it could be in another space. The dragon origin qi is gathering, and it has just been gathered." Han Fei saw that the dragon origin qi was gathering into a cocoon at the center of the dragon bone's eyebrows. It was clear that there was such a commotion when he came in. Han Fei asked suspiciously, "Old Yuan, does it look like an array?" The old turtle pondered for a long time. "It doesn't look like a formation, but it seems like some kind of power is recovering. F***CK. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Revive? He's been dead for so long, and only his skeleton is left. How can he still be revived?" The old turtle said, "Of course I can't recover my physical body, but as for my soul, oh damn!" Bam! Without saying a word, Han Fei instantly condensed a fist and punched the big cocoon with a sacrificing punch. Voila! A large amount of dragon origin qi gathered into a mist like a big shield, but it was blown back dozens of meters by the sacrificing punch. Then it surrounded the power of the sacrificing punch. Bam! The sacrificing punch exploded, but it was tightly wrapped by the massive dragon origin qi and didn't damage the big cocoon at all. Han Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. The human expert in the grave is hostile to the dragon race. If the dragon's soul wakes up, how am I supposed to get out of here alive? Old Yuan, attack and kill him. The blood mist spread, trying to wrap and protect the big red cocoon where the dragon origin qi was gathered. Puff! 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 The old turtle took action, but red lines spread out. The old turtle's black mist power was poked into a hornet's nest in an instant. He heard the old turtle yell, "That won't do. This emperor's current strength is too weak. Unless you have chaotic qi to supplement me, you can't resist this dragon origin qi at all." Han Fei turned into a big ape and stretched out his hand. An embroidery needle appeared. Monkey King, 3,000 strikes. Han Fei wanted to break the big red cocoon now. No matter what, he couldn't let anything weird come out of the big cocoon. At this moment, Han Fei attacked with all his strength, and the force of 1,000 waves surged. Puff! Suddenly, there seemed to be a dragon roar shaking in the big red cocoon. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. The embroidery needle in his hand was directly knocked away. Damn it, is it really reviving? The old turtle roared frantically, "Rush in, rush in!" Han Fei was helpless. "I'm crazy. That's a dragon. Wouldn't I be courting death if I rushed in?" The old turtle said eagerly, "No. Have you forgotten how you swallowed my power? As long as you attack, it can't deal with you as it doesn't even have a physical body. Or it can't deal with your little calabash." The old turtle continued, "According to what you said, dragons and humans are enemies. How are you going to fight this time?" Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei felt that it made sense. Although he didn't know if this big cocoon would really be dangerous, he was really panicking now. However, he was really panicking right now. He felt that if he couldn't get rid of this cocoon, he would probably die this time. This kind of premonition couldn't be said to be deceiving himself. As an explorer, he had even comprehended the Tao. This kind of thing had become a part of his vigilance. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Gemini divine technique. 2 clouds of mist suddenly rose. With a thought from Han Fei, the black mist body entered Forge the Universe, and the white mist body stepped to the big cocoon. Seeing that Han Fei took the initiative to come over, the red mist immediately rolled over with countless red threads. Less than half a meter away from the big cocoon, Han Fei seemed to see a shadow swimming inside. Although it was very blurry, it should be in the shape of a snake or a dragon. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's expression became even more solemn. He was here to hunt for treasures, not to deliver a package. When encountering such a prehistoric super strong, the first thing he had to think of was to prevent himself from being possessed by this kind of creature. However, because of the demon purification pot, theoretically it was impossible for him to be possessed. This was why the old turtle asked him to rush into the dragon origin chi. Han Fei was speechless. What was the strong master of the desolate tomb thinking? Why did he ask him to do such a dangerous thing? This was a genuine dragon race creature. Even if it died, it must be someone that a person like him could deal with. Bam! Han Fei turned back to human form, surrounded by thousands of knives, and held the sacrificing punch. Looking at the dragon origin chi that looked like a riddle, with a bang, Han Fei directly crashed into it. When the surrounding space became sticky, Han Fei drew his sword. Snowmorn burst out with dazzling brilliance, forcibly splitting a gap in the barrier. At this point, Han Fei finally rushed to the side of the dragon origin cocoon. Void lines. In the blink of an eye, all of the void lines were wrapped around the cocoon. Han Fei knew that he would be the one who would be hurt, but he still did it. He needed to activate the demon purification pot. Following the void lines, Han Fei heard one dragon roar after another. Pooh! Sure enough, Han Fei vomited blood crazily. He felt that blood was gushing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and his ears were already ringing. At the moment when his soul was injured, the stress mechanism of the demon purification pot should be activated. Otherwise, if his soul was injured or perished, where would the demon purification pot go? This was Han Fei's plan. With his mouth full of golden blood, Han Fei roared, "Suck it!" At that moment, green vines and leaves extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Moreover, there were 3 such small vines extending out at once. In Han Fei's sea of consciousness, the old turtle looked at the spinning demon purification pot above his head. Originally, he thought that this was the moment when the demon purification pot was at its weakest, and he should be able to take the opportunity to escape. However, as soon as the old turtle's body moved, the gourd directly pressed down and smashed on his turtle shell. Cough, cough, crack. The old tortoise let out a groan as a crack appeared on his soul armor. This scene scared him so much that he didn't dare to move. The old turtle was pressed down by the demon purification pot and didn't dare to move at all. The dragon energy in the outside world seemed to have gone crazy and began to gather towards Han Fei. It was originally just an independent big cocoon, but now it directly turned into 2 big cocoons. Ow, ow, Han Fei screamed. That was because countless strands of dragon essence chi were beginning to enter his body. In addition to the small vines devouring, Han Fei also felt that the blood in his whole body was boiling. In short, his flesh, bones, and soul seemed to be burning. The most terrifying thing was that his skin directly turned bright red, looking like a monster. Han Fei was wolfing down the dragon energy with the swallowing technique. In just 10 minutes, he had become more than 3 times fatter. No, I still have to cultivate the indestructible body art. Chilla. This time it was really burning, and Han Fei's skin was burned to nothing in an instant. The dragon energy rushed directly into his flesh and meridians. Ah, the feeling of his bones being rubbed into powder came back at this moment. Hold on, hold on. As long as I break through this level of the indestructible body art, the rest is all about the soul. It has nothing to do with the body. While Han Fei was in excruciating pain, the dragon shadow next door was boiling and began to roar incessantly. Han Fei was dizzy and felt that his head was going to explode. His body hurt, his soul hurt, everywhere hurt, and he felt that his body no longer belonged to him. Damn, the apocalyptic divine technique. Han Fei knew that if this went on, he would be shocked to death even if he didn't die of pain. Immediately, he cast the apocalyptic divine technique again. In any case, it would only consume a few years of vitality to relieve the synesthesia. Therefore, in one of the two big red cocoons, a beam of white light descended from time to time. In just half an hour, the white light had descended more than 30 times. Half an hour later, with a crack, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He had made a breakthrough. Chapter 1349. Han Fei was already numb to the pain. Like smoking marijuana, every once in a while, Han Fei would cast an apocalyptic divine technique on himself to refresh himself. Relying on the fact that he could absorb the vitality of living creatures, Han Fei didn't panic at all and took this opportunity to cultivate the indestructible body. Before he finished cultivating the indestructible body, Han Fei could no longer suppress his aura. All aspects of his body had been polished extremely solid, and he directly made a breakthrough. It could be seen how much dragon origin Qi Han Fei had absorbed this time. However, this was not all. The breakthrough made Han Fei suddenly wake up from a state of confusion. At this moment, the dragon shadow next door was no longer roaring, and Han Fei felt that his lower body had been transformed into a golden body. Even his 2 arms and spine had turned into gold. What was missing were the ribs and the skull. At this moment, it was the ribs that were still in the process of being golden. Han Fei was a little dumbfounded. How could the F*King's skull turn into a golden body? While resisting the pain, Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, will the skull turn into a golden body break my head?" Unfortunately, at this moment, the old turtle was suppressed by the demon purification pot. As long as the demon purification pot didn't leave, it didn't dare to say a word. Han Fei's words were like a stone thrown into the sea. Han Fei thought it was because of the dragon origin Qi that old Yuan temporarily lost contact with him. Now, Han Fei felt that the ribs should be almost ready. As for the head, let's wait a little longer. In any case, this dragon origin energy seemed to be endless. He still had to borrow the dragon essence Qi to raise his cultivation level first before thinking about anything else. Half an hour later, after more than 20 apocalyptic divine techniques, Han Fei's ribs were tempered, leaving only the skull. Not in a hurry to temper the skull, Han Fei crazily consumed the spiritual spring and forged the universe with the infusion of the dragon origin Qi. Level 75, 76 level 77. Han Fei was about to break through the barrier of the intermediate explorer in one fell swoop. However, when the terrifying spiritual energy and dragon origin Qi in his body rushed out, Han Fei's skull cracked with a crack before the barrier was broken. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Han Fei suddenly found that the bone between his eyebrows had cracked. Han Fei had never thought that his bones would be fractured by cultivation. What kind of logic was that? Is it because skull hasn't turned into gold yet? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Could it be because of the Gemini divine technique that he had used? After all, the body of Black Fog was only half of him. This dragon essence Qi should not be able to kill him immediately. Whether he hid and forged the universe or used the Gemini divine technique, he should have a chance to escape. Han Fei gritted his teeth, and with a thought the body of white mist appeared too. Buzz, after deactivating the Gemini divine technique, Han Fei's body and soul became one. In an instant, Han Fei's fat body that was about to explode began to shrink, like a balloon, as if it had a vent. Who? After 100 seconds, when his body recovered to about 3 times its original size, Han Fei felt that he should be able to make another breakthrough. Bang, crack. Not good. It's the heavenly awakening divine art. At the moment when a massive amount of energy broke through the threshold, suddenly, the center of Han Fei's eyebrows cracked again. A crack appeared on the top of his skull. Han Fei had a severe headache and didn't feel well. The white beam of light descended, and Han Fei felt as if he had drunk a mouthful of divine wine and came back to life again. At this moment, the old turtle tentatively said, "Don't try any more." Han Fei was surprised. Old Yuan, you are still here? Tell me first, what's going on? The old turtle secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Han Fei would kill himself. Otherwise, Han Fei would kill himself before the demon purification pot confiscated him. The old turtle said, "Can you move the gourd away from me first?" Han Fei cast a heavenly awakening divine technique on himself and immersed his soul into his sea of consciousness, only to see that the demon purification pot was pressing on the old turtle's turtle shell. Moreover, it even caused a crack in the turtle shell. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The demon purification pot hadn't attacked the old turtle for a long time. It didn't make sense that it would attack the old turtle now. The old turtle must have been doing something just now, but he didn't succeed. Han Fei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, we are already so familiar with each other. Let's not beat around the bush. As for what happened, I won't ask any more. However, tell me first, why can't I make a breakthrough now?" The old turtle pondered for a moment and seemed to accept Han Fei's proposal. Seeing that Han Fei came to ask in person and the demon purification pot didn't respond, it said, "The skull is the most difficult place to turn into a golden body. Your strength has increased too much, but the skull is the only place that hasn't become a golden body. The power is extremely unbalanced, so you can't make a breakthrough. Besides, although you haven't become a golden body, you have refined too much this time. A few days ago, your soul was cut in half, which is also an imbalance. Therefore, it is impossible for you to make a breakthrough with a top-level spiritual heritage that has surpassed the mortal heritage. Even if you break the barrier of the intermediate explorer, it will inevitably lead to the instability of your foundation." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately understood. "Oh my God, it turns out to be like this. I thought it was because I used the Gemini divine technique," the old tortoise added. "The dragon essence chi is starting to weaken a little. Find a way to break the big cocoon next to it and see if you can shatter it. Swallow his divine soul." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "I didn't even think about it. Is the old turtle asking me to kill a dragon soul? Wait." Han Fei suddenly realized something. Yes, this is just a dragon soul in a state of awakening, not a real dragon soul phantom. Why can't I kill it? Didn't the old turtle say that my strength has grown a lot? When the heavenly awakening divine technique descended, Han Fei roared, "Explode!" Because there was no water to nourish it, the power of the explosion of the infinity water was slightly weaker than the last time. However, Han Fei's continuous breakthroughs also made the infinity water grow at the same time. Therefore, its power was not weak. At this time, Han Fei's body had been destroyed to numbness by the indestructible body, and Han Fei didn't care about the pain caused by the explosion of the infinity water. The dragon origin chi was blown up, and the sacrificing punch burst out again, hitting the big cocoon with the dragon shadow next door. Sword drawing technique. Knock on the heavenly gate. Han Fei even used the 100 beasts soul-suppressing roar. Didn't you roar at me just now? Okay, now I'm going to kill you. Roar again if you can't. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Sure enough, At the moment when the 100-beast soul-suppressing roar burst out, the dragon shadow in the big cocoon next door fluttered and roared again. This time, Han Fei was still bleeding from his eyes, nose, mouth, but he felt better than before. As soon as the big cocoon was opened, Han Fei jumped in with a swish. When the old turtle proposed to him just now, Han Fei was already ready. First, he would slay the dragon soul, then absorb the dragon energy, then temper his body and then make a breakthrough. In this way, the water reached the channel, and he went through a perfect process. However, this first step didn't seem so easy to do. As soon as Han Fei jumped into the big cocoon next door, the void lines also buckled up. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that a terrifying soul power was hitting him. Immediately, he shivered and shouted, "Fuse!" Little Fatty was an ancient mutant with a weak divine beast bloodline. It could ignore the spiritual attacks of all creatures within 10 levels of itself. Now, Han Fei was facing the soul attack of the dragon soul shadow. Although Little Fatty wasn't strong enough, its spiritual resistance wasn't weak. Besides, it was hard to break through it. Bam! Under the terrifying impact, the surrounding void collapsed. The power of the soul attack this time was beyond his imagination. A scene that chilled Han Fei's heart appeared. On his shoulder, one of Little Fatty's eyeballs completely exploded. At that moment, Little Fatty said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Kill him quickly. I can still resist one more blow before I die." Han Fei burst into fury when he heard that. He didn't expect that Little Fatty would be seriously injured in the fusion state and was about to die. As soon as the second dragon roar came out, Little Fatty's remaining eyeball on Han Fei's shoulder instantly exploded. Han Fei himself was bleeding from the explosion too. But Han Fei didn't care. He shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Calabash, kill it!" The soul-suppressing roar of 100 beasts was unleashed. However, it wasn't enough. Even if the dragon's soul had just been awakened, it wasn't something that Han Fei, an intermediate explorer, could penetrate. At the critical moment, the demon purification pot seemed to understand Han Fei's meaning and unhurriedly cut off a small vine that was absorbing the dragon origin energy. He saw that the small vine had directly latched onto the dragon soul phantom that was 7 or 8 meters long. Burp! The dragon's soul seemed to want to continue roaring. However, it was strangled by the small vine and the dragon roar disappeared. Then, the small vine went deep into the dragon's shadow. With the help of the small vine, Han Fei temporarily controlled the awakened dragon soul with the void lines. F***CK explode! Swish! The small vine suddenly shrank, and Han Fei stepped on the soul driving array under his feet, and dozens of coiled turtle arrays broke through the air. Rumble outside. The Life Queen and the White Armor Emperor were waiting for the result. Some people had just entered. Now, this mountain range had gathered most of the creatures on this island. Rumble. All of a sudden, the crowd saw mountains collapsing one after another in the mountain range. Crack! A terrifying array suddenly appeared, directly covering the entire mountain range. In the array, the long river of blood was still flowing, and the smell of blood soared into the sky. The Life Queen and the White Armor Emperor looked at each other solemnly. "There's a blood pool here." Chapter 1350. The blood pool was supposed to be in an independent space, but because of the death of the dragon soul, the whole mountain collapsed, causing the blood pool to burst out. However, everyone could only see the blood pool. Outside, there was a dense array of blood chi. Unless an expert took action, this place wouldn't have been destroyed. At this moment, the people who were floating on the blood pool didn't feel this way. They only felt that the earth was shaking. Apart from that, there was only the blood toads. But as long as there was a boat, the blood toads weren't a big problem. After all, they weren't Han Fei. They didn't dare to make too much noise and attract all the blood toads in the water. At this moment, the biggest problem was at the gate where Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian hadn't appeared. it was still hidden somewhere. The White Armor Emperor and the Life Queen didn't look at the people on the blood pool at all, but at Zhang Xiaotian and Han Fei, thousands of beasts were running away. The intense blood qi here terrified them. However, there was dragon origin qi in some places. Many creatures gathered there and swallowed it crazily. The Insect King, Chang Shuiqin, and Yun Chu seemed to have received the news. They all grabbed a wisp of dragon origin qi. No one had ever seen this kind of power, including the Life Queen and the others. Cough, cough, cough! Covered in blood, Han Fei was lying in a vast expanse of dragon origin qi like a salted fish. His body slowly began to swell again. A white pillar of light descended, and the apocalyptic divine technique fell again. Han Fei estimated that this time he probably consumed at least another 300 years of vitality to support the cultivation and growth this time. However, Han Fei didn't cultivate the indestructible body at this moment. Instead, he split hundreds of souls out. The dragon's soul died, leaving a lot of ownerless souls. Compared with the pure, golden body, the growth of the soul power was the most important. Once one's spirit power grew, it would cause one's overall strength to start recovering and even soar. Therefore, compared with the cultivation of the indestructible body, Han Fei wanted to make up for the loss of his soul power more. When the blue soul fire returned to his head, Han Fei clearly felt that the power of his soul was increasing. However, he also discovered that the dragon essence qi outside was continuously gathering and automatically wrapping around him like a large cocoon. In this way, Han Fei's body couldn't bear the force anymore. No, such surging energy must not be wasted. We have to send some into the fixed sea map. Well then, in the sea quelling painting, Baisujin's family was currently in Earth 9's territory. This family had never seen a land creature before. In the Yao summoning tower, had they ever thought that in this world there would actually be such a mystical place? Zhang Yao and the snake demon both felt that this was probably the most comfortable days they had lived in all these years. Baisujin didn't feel anything. She had a cold personality. Although she was curious about the small animals in this world, these animals were too weak. She had no interest in them. When the Life Queen entered this place, she already knew where it was, because she knew that Baisujin was the reincarnation of the Water Fairy. The Life Queen slowly approached the Water Fairy as a hermit expert in the sea quelling painting. For this, the Life Queen threw the punishing saber out of his thatched cottage. The punishing saber ran to accompany the fire seed bitterly. The Life Queen occupied the thatched cottage on the high mountain. At this moment, Baisujin was standing under the peach tree, talking to the thatched cottage. Baisujin asked, "Is the growth rate of the demonic plant clan really so high?" The Life Queen replied, "The demonic plant clan is probably the longest living creature in this world. You are talented, have an ancient species, and have a body of flesh and blood today. In the future, you will definitely be able to cultivate both. Don't lose sight of the other." Just as the Life Queen and the others were talking, Han Fei's voice suddenly appeared in the sea quelling painting. "Tree spirit punishing saber. Listen, I'm going to send a batch of energy in. Eat hard. Don't slack off. Eat hard. If you can't finish it, clear this world. Senior Zhang Yao, Baisujin, you are destined to meet me. Eat hard too." The tree spirit and the others quickly responded, "Yes, master." Zhang Yao cupped his hands. "Thank you, Brother Han." The Life Queen was slightly taken aback. "How many batches of energy are you going to send in? Let so many people eat it? Eat as much as you can." In the thatched cottage, the Life Queen's voice was indifferent. "What about me?" Han Fei was stunned and immediately said, "Of course you can eat as much as you want. What's mine is yours, isn't it?" Han Fei was a little speechless. As long as the Life Queen didn't change her way of addressing him, he couldn't call her his junior sister. Han Fei thought, to forge iron, one has to be strong. I should make a breakthrough as soon as possible, even if it's just becoming a venerable. He was also a big step away from becoming a king. Of course, Han Fei also knew that his growth speed was already terrifying enough. If it was any faster, it would really be a bit abnormal. Swish, swish, the entire sea-quelling painting began to emit terrifying energy. The dragon origin, Qi, circulated in this world as if it were free. At first, it was just a little power wandering in the sea-quelling painting. However, half an hour later, all the plants and ordinary creatures in the sea-quelling painting began to make breakthroughs. Half an hour later, the plants in the sea-quelling painting grew crazily. The tree spirit and the other four stood proudly in the void and began to swallow crazily. Zhang Yao and Bai Sujin were also surprised. What's going on? Such terrifying energy was thrown in as if it were free. Who on earth was Han Fei? Even the life queen was a little stunned. This was not normal natural energy, nor was it chaotic energy. It had nothing to do with chaotic energy. This was a brand new kind of energy. Where did Han Fei get such a huge amount of energy? The life queen knew very well what Han Fei was capable of. It must be because Han Fei couldn't eat it himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have channeled this energy into the sea-quelling painting. Unfortunately, the life queen in the sea-quelling painting was just a bit of soul and couldn't absorb much. At this moment, the life queen suddenly said, "That's enough. The spiritual energy in the painting is limited. If you want to absorb the energy with the creatures, you also need a lot of spiritual energy and spiritual spring. Now, the spiritual energy here is already very thin. If you put more energy in, all the living beings here will explode and die because of too much energy." Outside, Han Fei was having a good time. He didn't know how much dragon origin Qi there was. Anyway, he already felt that the amount of dragon origin Qi had decreased a lot compared to the beginning of the first day. The demon purification pot was absorbing, so was the sea-quelling painting, so was his absorption, so it was much slower. Hearing the Life Queen's words, Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe and found that there was only a little more than 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring left. Seeing this, Han Fei's heart suddenly tightened. Am I so poor again? 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring was more than 1,000,000,000 points of spiritual energy. However, Han Fei usually got money like water, and he could reach the peak of his life by robbing casually. But now, when he fought with Zhang Xiaotian for the heavenly tribulation just now, he consumed nearly half of the resources. Then, when he swallowed the dragon origin Qi, he consumed a lot of spiritual energy to make a breakthrough, which led to the lack of spiritual spring. Han Fei gritted his teeth, and with a thought, he only left 500,000 caddies of spiritual spring for himself and sent the rest into the sea-quelling painting. At this time, the ownerless souls outside hadn't been swallowed yet. At this time, it was not suitable for him to continue to cultivate the indestructible body, let alone make a breakthrough. Han Fei could only try to stuff them into the sea-quelling painting. Swish, swish. When a huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into the sea-quelling painting, the corners of the raw rice queen's mouth twitched slightly, and she thought to herself, "This be asterisk starred is really rich and capricious." She said, "Not enough. If I want the creatures here to be the same as the outside world, I'm afraid I'll need 10 times more spiritual energy. Even if they used it sparingly, it would only last them for 1 day, provided that they couldn't continue to send energy inside. Otherwise, it can only last for half an hour at most." Han Fei was speechless. "Oh, I got it." Seeing that the sea-quelling painting couldn't be stuffed, Han Fei thought, how long has it been since Forge the Universe was opened? Since the sea-quelling painting couldn't use up this huge amount of energy for the time being, he could just stuff it into Forge the Universe first. The fish dragon king, who had become a millennium snapper, was really like a salted fish recently. Han Fei didn't let her out, so she lay on the ground, seeming to be recalling the past. Suddenly, She saw that everything around her went dark and she couldn't see anything. The Fish Dragon King asked, Han Fei, what are you doing? What are you panicking for? There are some things you can't see. Stay here. Tua! The spiritual spring rolled up like a storm, and the purest spiritual energy filled Forge the universe. Now it was different from before. In the past, Han Fei used tens of thousands of points of spiritual energy. At most, he used hundreds of thousands of points of spiritual energy. Now, it was hundreds of millions of points of spiritual energy. Therefore, Han Fei directly prepared 100 million points of spiritual energy for this expansion. While the spiritual energy was consumed, the dragon energy was poured into Forge the universe again. Another half an hour passed, and Han Fei didn't know how many hours had passed. In short, the sea-quelling painting had been completely closed, and he couldn't send any more energy in. The demon purification pot was still absorbing, which solved many problems for Han Fei. Forge the universe expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters. The larger the scope, the more spiritual energy Han Fei consumed. When it expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters, the actual consumption of spiritual energy was 150 million points. Usually, Han Fei wouldn't panic at all. This little bit of spiritual energy was not even enough to deduce a major technique. But not now. Now, Han Fei's spiritual spring was scarce again, plus all the spiritual fruits and spiritual energy he had. The total amount was only 500 or 600 million points. He needed energy to cultivate the indestructible body and make a breakthrough, so he had to save some. But fortunately, at this moment, the ownerless soul had almost been devoured. Han Fei felt that his soul had been greatly improved. Although it wouldn't return to its previous peak, it had definitely skyrocketed. At this time, Han Fei thought, now, I should continue to cultivate the indestructible body with the help of these gradually diminishing dragon energy. Once I cultivate the indestructible body, I need to use the apocalyptic divine technique. Once I use the apocalyptic divine technique, I have to consume vitality. From the vitality I gave to the old turtle at the beginning to being consumed in a mess, I'm afraid I've lost 700 or 800 years of vitality. Even if all the people on the island were sucked dry, it wouldn't help. After I go out, I have to find a way to kill people and devour their vitality. Alas, what can I do if I can't use up the dragon energy? Chapter 1351. Standing before the peculiar gate, Zhang Xiaotian immediately sensed that the amount of draconic qi in the surroundings had increased. At this moment, the entire road was filled with dragon essence qi. Chong Lulu exclaimed, "What a powerful force! Eat it!" Inside the gate, Han Fei injected some energy into Forge the universe. However, how could the space of Forge the universe be compared to the sea-quelling painting? The sea-quelling painting spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. Forge the universe was only 10 kilometers in radius. After a while, Forge the universe was full of all kinds of spiritual plants, filling up the existing space. Fortunately, the ownerless souls around Han Fei didn't affect his cultivation anymore. So, Han Fei continued to cultivate the indestructible body. This time, Han Fei was even more painful. He really felt that his skull had been crushed into ashes, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. However, once Han Fei stopped, a large amount of dragon energy would still drill into his body. If he was careless, he would be blown up by the dragon energy. The old turtle said, "Stick to your belief and try to understand your own path. The pain of the body is nothing to be afraid of." Han Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and thought to himself, if I could understand the true meaning of the belief, I would have done it a long time ago. Who would want to be in so much pain? You old turtle, it's easy for you to say. I don't believe that you easily understood the belief back then. Apocalypse divine technique. Han Fei performed the apocalypse divine technique again. It seemed that every time he performed it, his pain was reduced a little. It was like smoking marijuana. He was almost addicted to it. Han Fei thought to himself, if I can walk on this path, maybe my body won't be in pain anymore. However, when Han Fei thought of this, he suddenly realized something. When the great path of heavenly enlightenment was established, did the Creator have this mentality and let the future generations walk on his path and eventually become his leaks? With that in mind, Han Fei made up his mind not to use the apocalyptic divine technique anymore in the following days. As for how to endure the bone-crushing pain, he might as well burn his essence blood. Although it also consumed vitality, it was much less than the consumption of the heaven awakening divine art. After all, the apocalypse divine technique consumed vitality. Fusion. In an instant, Han Fei used the fusion technique that had always been of little use. As an inherited secret technique of Little Black and Little White, this fusion technique had never been useful. However, at this moment, with the effect of burning essence blood, Han Fei's strength became stronger and he could resist some pain. Han Fei asked, "Son, can you control Daddy's body?" At this moment, Han Fei suddenly remembered that every time he fused, he would be very crazy and sometimes he couldn't control himself. At that moment, he didn't seem to feel any pain in his mind. Han Fei didn't forcibly control this body with the power of his soul. Sure enough, Little Black's consciousness immediately filled the fish head's head after the transformation. Whew! This feeling was very strange. Han Fei seemed to have become a part of the consciousness of this body. Although he knew that the physical body was in extreme pain at the moment when he was in a completely mental state, he suddenly found that the pain was greatly relieved. It seemed that his spirit and body had been completely separated. 2 hours. 2 hours. While Han Fei was practicing the indestructible body art, the river of blood and qi in the outside world was already chaotic. Maybe because of the collapse of space, some rules in this small world seemed to be collapsing. The earth was shaking, and there were fiery meteors falling from the sky. The whole world was in a doomsday scene. In the river of blood and qi, the blood water suddenly decreased. The blood aura on the surface of the river and the clumps of mist were also diminishing. On the contrary, the number of blood toads increased. Some heavenly talents who were still on the river suddenly found that there were more boats on this river of blood and qi. These boats seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one knew where they came from. At this moment, most of the heavenly talents had come to the river. In the river of blood energy, these people were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Some people controlled their boats to flee. Some people's boats were surrounded by blood toads. In desperation, they found 2 or 3 boats not far away, so they jumped to them and escaped death. Of course, some people were stained by blood toads. After being poisoned, they could only hold on for about half an hour before their bodies began to rot. In this doomsday scene, the real heavenly talents of the various forces were soon selected. After all, at the juncture of life and death, one's potential would be maximized. The Life Queen and the others were also shocked by what they saw. Even though this island wasn't that big, it was still far beyond their expectations, even though it had been raided several times by several forces. At this moment, life and death were on the line. As the apocalypse descended, in this moment of life and death, the various prodigies used all of their trump cards and trump cards. At this moment, everyone's foundation was revealed to him. Although the outside world was in chaos, in front of the giant gate crack, this was the 8th time that someone had made a breakthrough on this road. That's right, everyone who came to this door today had basically broken through at least once. Obviously, the frequency of this kind of breakthrough was a little too high, to the point that it was shocking. Although some people had reached the peak of the sea spirit realm or the peak of the law enforcer realm, there was still a gap between them. Today, they still felt that they had made a small breakthrough, which made their foundation more solid. For example, Zhang Xiaotian had just passed the 4-9 King tribulation. Originally, he should still be consolidating his cultivation. However, at this time, he was devouring the dragon origin chi while consolidating his cultivation. In just a short period of 10 or 12 hours, he felt that his foundation was already very solid. Even so, Zhang Xiaotian didn't look happy at all. His cultivation was stabilized very quickly, but what about Han Fei? Han Fei managed to cross the 600-meter limit, so the benefits he would get would definitely be much more than what he could get. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaotian felt as if he was going to war with the heavens. After a long time, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt that the amount of dragon origin chi around him began to slowly decline. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is this power going to disappear? Has it been absorbed by Han Fei? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian was even more anxious. The opportunity was right in front of him. Was he going to regret it for the rest of his life just because he didn't dare to take it? He had reincarnated and even had the courage to be reborn, but he didn't even have the courage to break into a secret realm? Zhang Xiaotian reached the limit of 600 meters with a single step. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard a bang, and his entire body directly fell to the ground. Clatter! Zhang Xiaotian's octopus body was directly pressed out. For octopuses, their defense and ability to deflect attacks were extremely strong. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaotian finally felt the pain that Han Fei had just now. Is this the power that a human can withstand? This was a completely different kind of pressure compared to the pressure from before. Zhang Xiaotian felt that a heavy fog appeared around him, and his eyes subconsciously looked into the depths of the fog. In the end, he saw a figure that looked a bit like a figure from a painting. Just a gaze from the other party was not something that he could bear. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. Even in his previous life, he had never met such a terrifying expert. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, the group of people also saw Zhang Xiaotian's miserable appearance, and then thought of Han Fei's previous extreme pain. They all had a feeling that Zhang Xiaotian was probably still a little worse than Han Fei, especially Prawn Yue and Umbrella 7. They realized that from now on, there was one person in the Shuemu heaven that they couldn't mess with, and that was Han Fei. They all knew that Zhang Xiaotian had secretly reserved his strength. However, even so, he was still not a match for them. It was already obvious that Han Fei had passed the same short circuit and the same difficulty. But Zhang Xiaotian seemed to be even more miserable than Han Fei. At this moment, Chong Lulu had been wriggling all the way forward and had come to a point of more than 400 meters, close to 500 meters. It turned out that as long as one was willing to persist on this path, they would still gain something. The only huge obstacle was the 600-meter place. Chong Lulu said, "Chong Xiaochong, Limelight 7, hurry up! The further we go, the more power we have. My insect body has greatly improved, and I will definitely be able to pass the tribulation when I go out this time." Chong Xiaochong said, "You animal, why are you climbing so fast? Damn it, this pressure is enough to scare someone to death." Chong Lulu remembered Han Fei's figure and couldn't help but say, "Do you know what is fast? Han Fei has already run away. As a heavenly talent, we can't be timid." Crack! Everyone thought that someone had made a breakthrough. However, all of a sudden, everyone raised their heads and saw that a crack had appeared on the giant gate. They didn't know if Zhang Xiaotian was lucky or what. At this moment, the gate cracked. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really felt that he would have been crushed to death here. However, at the place where the 95 tributaries of the rivers of blood and energy converged, the 3 small vines between Han Fei's eyebrows were still devouring crazily, and the vine leaves were getting more and more dazzling. However, the dragon origin chi suddenly began to plummet, and the ownerless souls had all been absorbed. Han Fei didn't know to what extent his indestructible body had been cultivated. He only felt that his skull was shining brightly at this moment. The spiritual spring in Forge the Universe, if not counting the spiritual fruits, was less than 200 million points. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the 5th level of the indestructible body. This was just the indestructible body, not part of the soul cultivation of the indestructible overlord body. By then, Han Fei felt that he wouldn't be qualified to cultivate if he didn't have enough spiritual spring. In Han Fei's sea of consciousness, because the dragon shadow was completely destroyed, the demon purification pot flew up from the old turtle's body again. This made the old turtle heave a long sigh of relief. Damn, I'm so scared. The old turtle finally realized that this demon purification pot was very magical. Did he want to run out when it was unprepared? It was unlikely that he would be able to do so. In the future, if there was a chance, he should still build a good relationship with Han Fei. This was the safest strategy. Blub, blub, crack, crack. Han Fei found that the big scarlet cocoon around him was getting thinner and thinner. It seemed that the so-called dragon origin chi was gone after all. Han Fei was even a little shocked. How strong was this dragon when it was alive? He cultivated the indestructible body, swallowed power, repaired his soul, developed forged the universe. The demon purification pot absorbed it, and the sea quelling painting stored it, but he couldn't swallow it completely. As a matter of fact, Han Fei had calculated many times in his heart that all the places that he could absorb energy had been filled. Even his indestructible golden body was about to be completed. The energy of the dragon origin, chi, just disappeared. Even so, the remaining dragon origin chi didn't completely disappear, and there should be a lot left. However, this big cocoon was no longer enough to bind him, and there wouldn't be infinite energy drilling into his body. Then he looked at his feet, under the dragon's head and tentacles stretched out from a cloud of blood mist. Who could it be if not Little Fatty? However, at this moment, Little Fatty seemed to have changed a little. Did its tentacles turn red? Crack! Suddenly, Han Fei saw the ground crack, and the tributaries of the bloody river began to flow backward. Immediately, Han Fei thought to himself, "Not good. This place is going to collapse." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter.